Mm, 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 mm. Yes, sir. We in the building. What's popping?
What's popping? What's popping? My bad. Give me just 1 second. I'm putting out the link on my on YouTube. I'm sorry, on Facebook, so people could tap in at their own risk. They might have to get some permission from their OGs.
Go holla at your OGs, man. Holla at your elders. Make sure it's good. Get clearance. You know what I'm saying, and then pull up.
So facts,
In the
man.
meantime, in between time, welcome to another episode of the Free Your Mind podcast, where you could come free your mind and help others free theirs. I think that was the first time I did the opening statement. I ain't
Hey,
gonna
and I'm
hold
letting you rock it out.
you.
Oh yeah, he got that shit.
I know it. I know it. You know what I'm saying? I go by the name of Selfmade as always. You got to tap in with self to know thyself always.
Yes, sir. And I go by the. I'm sorry, my shit all discombobulated.
Like,
And I'm the other co-host, and I go by the name of Woon, and I'm all about balance like a mop and a broom. Was popping.
Yes, sir. We got some sacred geometry, numerology, mathematics tonight. A little Bible study, you know what I'm saying, with Chris Posey and his squad.
Yeah, this
Hopefully,
is
a
going to
couple
be
people's pulling up. Shout out to the chat. Peace to the chat.
Yeah, peace of the chat. Let me check in with the book real quick though. Hey, where's hold on, let me I gotta backdoor this fucking video so we could cue this G thing up.
Yeah.
In fact, we can run it as soon as I pull it up. What's the where's my shit at? Let me go. Oh yeah, local video. Always, hey, look, always
Okay. I was like, well, I'm thinking you like trying to email it or something.
Nah, it's like because I end up airdropping. I forgot my computer is synced up with my phone as far as the airdrop shit.
Okay. Yeah. Local video. Drop that thing in there.
Yes, boom, boom.
There you go.
Yeah,
There
we
we
gonna
go.
be.
It's in there. Let them know what's popping, man. What
Yeah,
what
so for
what
everybody,
happened today?
yeah, so for everybody that's been tapped in and tuning in or just know about me in person or maybe even just through Facebook and shit. I finally signed off on my book, my children's book I put out called Go Out and Play. It was last Saturday and shit. I was out there in Great America of all places when they let me know that the shit was ready. So it's about that time for me to, put it out there and shit. The video is up. And if you guys want to do the pre-orders, just hit me up. You can hit me up through our YouTube. You can hit me up through Facebook, through any type of social media that you see me at. I'm probably gonna be posting that shit all throughout the show. But let me show y'all the video that because I went through Empire Book Publishing to get everything popping. So let me show y'all this nice little video that they put together. All right.
Yeah.
Oh shit, my bad. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, when they put when I heard the music behind that, I said, "Oh, they're really like making it kid friendly."
They for surely catering.
There you go. Yeah, nah. I was like, okay,
Yeah, that shit nice, man. My son finna be wanting to read that shit every night. Watch.
definitely. So for the young life, if y'all got the young life that's out there, You understand me? You can get the pre-orders right now. If you want them, a signed copy is up. But I will be planning on doing a book signing out there in Sacramento as soon as I put everything together. So we'll let you know about it. I'll keep you updated on everything. But I think it's calls for a motherfucking celebration. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I wasn't gonna pop a bottle anyway, but today's special.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, congratulations to the God, man, on the release, bro. That shit big, man. You know,
Yeah,
niggas
man.
just drop music and you know what I mean, all the music videos and all that type of shit. You drop a book though, like hold on, you got a book out? A
Right.
kid's book? You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like, oh yeah, you doing it.
Yeah,
So yeah, no,
that's I feel like I'm immortalized through for forever through the children and shit. Now it's a wrap.
right. Starting out in here, yeah. I got a book for him.
Instantly, like man, it's up.
Yeah, no, that's lit. I swear,
But you know,
that should be dope too, because it's like, you know, I remember as a kid, like I can remember right now at my age, certain books that I was reading when I was little that, you know what I'm saying, just was so lit to me as a certain, you know, as a little kid to where it's like right now as an adult, I'm like, hey, yeah, I remember that book. If you was to read it, I still want to, you know what I'm saying? Like, I be trying to find some of my old books for my son and shit, you know, the ones that I was reading and liked and shit.
hell
So
yeah,
that shit lit, man. That's some generational type shit because like I said, you know, kid get older, that's one of his favorite books, you know, he gonna want to have that for his son or daughter or something, you know?
facts.
So yeah, no, that's lit, man.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you, man. I still haven't took the shit in yet. Like, you know what I mean?
Right,
It's still
right,
kind of like fresh, but I know that when I do actually have the physical copy in my hand, it's probably gonna feel different and shit. Like, you know what I mean?
mm-hmm. Exactly.
That shit gonna be crazy. But
The
you know,
manifested works, man.
yeah, facts, facts,
That shit hit different when you holding it, nigga. When you actually there just to absorb that shit in, but that shit hit different.
different. And you know, just being in that creative mode where you form and put shit together, and then first it come out your mind, and then you see that shit in the physical, quote unquote. Like it's
Right,
nothing like it. So you know, right now it's and that's what I mean. Like right now, it's still in my mind because I don't have a physical copy. Like you
right,
know what I mean. But when that shit just
right.
that shit gonna be crazy. Hold on, who's that?
That's the homie Jay, man. Got Jay in the building for the. I think he was in last show. One of the last shows. I kind of swore I seen him jump in. What's up with the
I
boy?
said drinking straight from the bottle for that. Oh yeah, no fucking doubt.
Now for reals.
Good looks, it's going up.
Yes, sir, man. What's up with the people, man? What's up with the chat? What's going on?
But
Got
yeah,
Fred in the building. What's up with the guy? He talking about who made that beat. I think me and Beatty made that beat. The if you talking about the intro beat,
yeah,
yeah,
that intro beat is nasty. I know you probably be seeing me when we turn off the screen and shit.
right. It nigga in the back bouncing and shit backstage.
Gigging, nigga.
Animals, peace.
I'm telling you, man. I was just now watching that fucking that Wu Tang shit. You kind of remind me of the RZA and how to, and I'm talking about literally the dude who plays RZA. You got the favorite.
Right.
Hey,
uh,
but just how he was putting together the beats. I like how they captured uh the essence of the creation space. Like, you know what I mean? Like how they put it out. I was like, these niggas is nasty.
I'm gonna have to tap in with that, bro. I gotta tap in
Yeah,
and see.
that shit is lit as fuck. But but again, you know, so and I know we was just now talking behind the scenes, but they had mentioned the 5%ers in that show. And the 5%ers out there in the East Coast, because I didn't even get an opportunity to know, you know, as far as coming up to know what the 5%ers was. I didn't know what that was. Like, you know what I mean? But somebody was
Mm-hmm.
just now said it to me probably maybe 2 or 3 years ago. And I'm just like, well, what the fuck is that? Like, you know what I mean?
Right, right.
Then I found out that, you know, they for real on some I am type shit. Like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Without saying it. So it's just like, oh, okay, so that's what that shit is. Okay, East Coast niggas. Okay, so when they call each other guys, like, we used to make fun of that shit back in the day. But look,
Right.
we doing this shit now, like, you know what I mean? So it's just like God and
Mm-hmm.
Son and all that extra shit that they talk about, like they say it for a reason. Like, you know what I
Right.
mean?
Right.
Or
Yeah.
what's the math, son? What's the math, son? Tonight,
They.
son. Tonight is the math, son.
It is.
I
Because
love math, like
we
nigga.
got to get a 5% on here, bro. I don't think we had no 5% on here.
Nah, yeah, we gotta. I
Because
gotta.
I remember briefly either I don't know, it wasn't on this show at all. It was some years ago talking to a 5%er, and they was on that shit, but they still had a little bit of that other shit
Yeah, nah,
attached to
yeah,
it. You know what I'm saying?
definitely. And it's I think I may have somebody that knows somebody that's out there. Because again, speaking of the Wu-Tang shit, um, somebody like one of my mom's close friends was a part of that. He's from New York, like because when we stayed in the G and shit in G Parkway, um, we had like a lot of different people from a lot of different cities and shit. And New
Mm-hmm.
York, one of the prevalent people that was in my household, like you know what I mean. So
Right.
when the Wu Tang shit came out, he was a part of their street team out in Sacramento. Like, you know what I mean?
Oh,
New
okay.
York, yeah. So and we still keep in contact and shit. So I might be able to reach out to him. And he probably a fucking 5%. I don't know.
Right.
I ain't talked to him in probably like 2 or 3 years, but yeah, but nah, he probably
Find
knows.
this one,
You know what
man.
I mean?
Yeah, we need that. That'll be a good little show. We ain't had no 5% on here. A Catholic, we ain't had no Catholic on here yet.
No,
We got a couple of different. Hey, if you Catholic and you watching this, and you're not afraid to show yourself on a platform, please pull up. Um,
yes,
I know we got Krishna. He's still supposed to come with the Bhagavad Gita,
yeah,
something like that.
mm-hmm,
He's supposed to come with that, but he didn't grace the stage already, so we already kind of know what's up. But yeah, we got a couple of different factions that we got to tap in with. Um,
yeah. Let me see. I want to see if we or is Taoism and Taoism, is that just a branch off from Buddhism and shit, right?
oh shit, I was thinking something totally different. Taoism. I thought that was a branch off of Christianity. I must be tripping. You said,
Oh no, no, yeah. It might I think that might be or it's closely knitted.
oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's
Um, from what I see, China.
yeah, they far east.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because they got the Taoism, they got the Taoism, but I thought that it was closely synced with Buddhism, which I could be
It
bugging.
might be though. I think
Yeah.
I think that's where I remember seeing it. Cause like right now, I'm seeing a whole bunch of pictures of Buddha and shit.
Yeah, they may have like some of the same principles and shit for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Taoism, the mystics. I don't see no Buddha name in here though, but
Yeah, we're gonna have to reach out and see and spread our wings, see who's out there.
oh yeah, Buddhism, the third tradition that influenced China. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So yeah, it's tied in. It's tied in for surely with Buddhism
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah.
and a couple of other shit. But
Yeah, it's like a lot of different shit.
yeah,
And when it comes down to it, it's not, too different from, what uh I guess you want to say the vast majority of the upper echelon, not the lower tier motherfuckers in religious beliefs, but the upper echelon who already understand, what's popping when it comes down to, the energy, because that's all it is talking
hmm
about basically is consciousness and energy. But yeah, a lot of people it's all the same thing. They deal with the light and the dark. Taoism.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's where a lot of that shit, like, symbology and shit, you know what I mean, be coming from
yeah, man.
in
Hey,
areas and shit.
when it comes down to, it seems like anything ology, that kind of scares away people when it comes down to if you are associated with a religious construct. Why do you think that is?
What do you mean? Like when you, like, for instance, biology, you're
Yeah, 'cause,
saying like that, or what, like, how, what are you saying?
so we got like maybe like a Scientology, or maybe we got numerology,
Right, right,
like,
right.
you know what I mean, or these different ologies, like, you know what I mean, and they'd be like, no, we don't fuck with that, like, you know what I mean, but why?
Oh, right, right, right.
Like,
Yeah, that's funny. I was watching something last night. It was kind of similar to what you asking, and it's like, uh, they believe in certain sciences and they don't believe in certain sciences, um, with that ology. It's like, oh,
right,
biology. Oh, yeah, I fucks with biology because that's, the human anatomy and the body and how the body works, and you know what I'm
right,
saying, how plants and all these different organisms work in general. But then you, like, start talking about, okay, medicines that deal with the body. They don't want to fuck with none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
I don't know. It's not. I don't know if you would want to call it like contradictory. Because it's like, I don't fuck with this type of science, but I fuck with this type of science. But then the same time, if we're gonna talk religiously, a lot of historical scholars, when it comes to backing up the validity of that book, they have to use certain
man,
sciences. You know what I'm
man,
saying? So it's like, how can you not believe in the same science, literally, like the same type of science when it comes to archaeology, but you believe it when it comes to the Bible's archaeology? Like, what's the difference?
right,
You know what I mean?
exactly,
They're using the same forms of dating or time calculation when it comes to how old is this versus how old is this versus how, like, you know what I'm saying? It's
right,
all the same functions of how these certain sciences work, and they choose to, take one over the other. And that's where it's like, how can you do that? Because that same one that you're trying to disprove is being utilized in something that you believe. You know what I'm saying? So
right,
it's like a contradiction.
like,
Yeah.
yeah, I think it's just like, because I know you remember one of the bills that we had. Um, dang, I ain't gonna say her last name, but Catherine.
Mm,
But and she was talking about, like, yeah, we don't deal with numerology, like, you know what I mean. But biblically, they have a whole uh book called Numbers, like, you know what I mean. So
right.
when it just comes down to that, and then there's numbers that's throughout the whole fucking Bible, like, consistently though, like, you know what I mean. So
Mm-hmm.
when it comes down to that, it's just like, at some point in time, you have to understand that the language that they're speaking is a form of numerology in a sense, like, you know what I mean. And I think that
Exactly.
when it comes down to I don't know if it's scripturally said that you ain't supposed to tap in with these things that people be turning away from, like, you
But
know what I mean.
I don't see how you can say, like, because like you said, they reference numbers in the book.
Yeah,
They reference crystals. I remember seeing, like, the Hebrews and Christians talk about, oh, yeah, we shouldn't be fucking with crystals or all this stuff. But then, yeah, God used them to identify the 12 tribes. Like, so
right,
it's like
exactly.
they try to make it seem like we shouldn't be messing with things, but yet God was messing with these things and utilizing these things. The people was utilizing these things in them books and the scriptures. And numerology is literally just the study of numbers, like just studying how the numbers, play themselves out, and whether or not they patterns or, um, you know what I'm saying, like the
Yeah,
reoccurrence of numbers, all the whole shit.
And see, that's what I was gonna say. Just the suffixology, just like you said, it just literally means just the study of, right?
Right.
So it's just like if you know that we're talking about anything, well, especially anything that could be referenced in the Bible, say for instance, numerology or numbers in the Bible, well, the study of numbers. Well, how can we delve deeper into what this book is saying? Okay, well, maybe I need to think about numerology just to see if I can make any type of further clarification on my study.
Connections.
Like, you know what
Right.
I mean?
What's up with the guy, man? We got pure
Ah, what's good?
frequency in the building.
What's up with the brothers, man? What's up with the guy? Peace and love.
Shit, man. Another one, man. Another one.
Hell yeah, man. Congratulations on the book release too, God.
Oh yeah, peace. I appreciate that for sure.
Yeah, man, that's epic, especially for the young lives coming up for sure.
Definitely. Yeah, that's you know, I'm looking forward to it, man, when it dropped. So many different people that just had like newborns or 1-2 year old. They're like, yeah, my baby's gonna love it. They're gonna love it. They do, like, you know what I mean? Because just like Self was saying, like, there's certain books that that continue with us throughout our journey if it's that impactful, like, you know what I mean? And hopefully the energy that I put into this will carry that same type of power, like, you know what I mean?
Hell yeah, shit. It's already there from what it sounds like.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just the intention of actually putting the book together, like it's already encoded.
Gotcha. Yeah, hell yeah, that's a fact.
Yeah, so that's a beautiful thing, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fact. Yeah, nah, this what you think, man? Like what do you think about the correlation of, geometry, numerology, um, tied in with the religious aspects, views of numerology or sciences in general?
You talking to me or you talking to
Fred, pure?
Oh, okay.
I feel like all that shit is tied in. Honestly, I mean, they all have names, you know what I'm saying? And those names equate or correlate to numbers, and you can add those numbers up to get compound numbers and expression numbers, life path numbers, destiny numbers. So, I mean, it's all connected no matter how you want to look at it. It's all math, really, you know what I'm saying? And
Facts.
being able to understand what the math is telling you.
That's
That part.
Because don't Hebrew letters literally translate into numbers?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Like
sir,
on
they
some
do.
literal, yeah. So that right there is just like, you know what I mean? But just to get into like, some certain scriptures, like, what was that? I think it was like the walls of Jericho or something like that, and you have to go around that G thing 7 times, like, you know what I mean? So these things they're saying these numbers for a reason, like, you know what I mean? And the people who are trying to get a certain level of understanding is gonna be like, well, why 7? Like, you know what I mean? And then you got to dig into what type of energy that 7 comes with. So it's just like the ology of it is lit, and you got to get into the ology part. You can't run away from the ology, baby.
That shit crazy that you just said that though, because that was a correlation. That what you just said was a correlation to me myself. You know what I mean? Like, you talking about Jericho. My name's Joshua. They talking about Joshua. You know what I'm
Yeah. Oh
saying?
yeah.
He walked around this building 7 times. My life path number is 7.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? So when I had like, when I started figuring all that shit out and I had tapped in to that story and I just started reading it, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, God damn, this shit got a lot of similarities to myself. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, no, I think that was just a dope little correlation to, you know what I mean? Like, see the story of the Josh and the 7, you know what I'm saying? And then myself being that same, combination. That shit was crazy.
Same shit, same energy. I actually got a numerology book here that I reference a lot of a lot of my information from. So if you see me looking down, that's what I'm looking at.
Oh
But
no,
the 7, the book is right here. It's called Numbers in You. Numbers in You.
Oh, I
By
gotta step in.
Lloyd Strayhorn, good brother in the conscious community, putting out that work. And the seven, I got the information for the 7 here. It's the positive side of a 7 is analytical, silent, intuitive, spiritual, independent, truth-seeking, love of nature, knowledgeable, and authority.
That's that nigga all the
Man.
That's crazy. I ain't heard that version of the 7. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was. How did what did you do to get your life number? What's the math behind that?
So basically, to get your life path number, you add up your date of birth. So the day, the month, and the year.
Hey, look, I'm not even gonna cap y'all. I did that shit not even knowing that that's how you do that shit. And what I did was, no matter how I flipped it, like if I did like the 19 plus the 82 or the 9182526, no matter how I did it, my number was 6. So I guess I'm a 6. So I want to know what this 6 shit is about now that you busted it.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Go ahead, bust it down, man.
I got you right here. So 6 is compassionate, magnetic, dependable, affectionate, concerned, loving, artistic, responsible, and caring.
Yeah.
Put a little thuggery in there. We good. But no, that's me. Golly,
yes, sir.
Man.
Yes, sir.
And see, look, that's crazy because when I did that for myself again, I was like, the 1982, then 1982, then and then my whole shit. And I started doing it for other people. And I'm like, damn, the numbers, no matter how you chop them, it's that same number. And I kept coming up with 6. That's hella lit. I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. That's that energy. And, there's also an opposing energy to that number as well. So each number has a negative, I guess you could say, side energy to the number as well, too.
That's where my thuggery comes in. Okay, all right, I was waiting for that side.
So that side I got you for the 6 is obstinate, dogmatic, stubborn, doubtful, irresponsible, and uncaring.
That's some thug shit. Yep.
That's some thug shit.
What is it for the 7?
For the 7 is skeptical, sarcastic, cynical, deceptive, withdrawn, fault-finding, nervous, and self-doubting.
Yeah, we both deal with doubt,
huh? Yeah.
Doubt's in there, huh?
Okay. Right.
Yeah, it's in there.
Anybody who knows me knows my shit is no fucking doubt. Like, you know what I mean? I guess that's an affirmation. I think I need to hold on to that.
Right.
We got Miss Benet Love Bailey in the building. What's
in the building?
Hey, peace, family. Peace to the gods. How are thee?
I need that Lovejoy thing, man, with the applause.
What's going on? So now that you're doing that, you know what I mean? My life path number is 3, so I do know that. But, if you care to share. So we got 7 and 6. My favorite number is 13, you know what I mean? But so that number has followed me around. But
okay, so the positive aspect of a 3 is proud, active, optimistic, joyful, creative, ambitious, popular, expressive, social, and youthful.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, okay. So that's a 3. I resonate with a 3 well because my expression number is a 3. So I know about that life.
Yeah, right. Okay, so a lot of people don't know like the closet side of me, right? So go ahead and spill that dark side.
Bring the shadow out.
Yeah, so the shadow of that side is boastful, wasteful, superficial, gossipy, careful, extravagant, and scheming.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very calculated for sure. You know, so
There you go. There you
and
go.
I can be boastful, but I mean, you know, it is what it is. When you're great, you're great. You know what I mean? So
Come
I'm
with the territory.
yeah.
What's yours, man? What's yours?
Yeah, where you at on there?
Oh man, you already know, man. I'm a 1. You feel me? I'm right after the 0. You feel me? All numbers come through the 1.
Wait,
My
hold on.
son's a 1.
Before you share that, right? This is why I love numerology, right? Josh is a 6. I mean, a 7, right? Woon is a 6. That's 13, right? On the top, you a 1 and I'm a 3. That's 13 on the bottom. You know what I mean? So
I like
that's
that.
a balance of energy, you know. So I love numbers.
I like that. That's nice.
And it's 4 of us in the building right now and shit too. We're gonna have to see what 4 is after you do your 1 rule.
Right. We got all these numbers in here right now.
Because it was 3 when I came, right? Then you added the 1 to make the 4, you know what I mean? So we could keep going down this rabbit hole, you know what I'm saying? It's still 1 and 0.
It's gonna be one of those. It's gonna be one of those nights.
Absolutely. So the 1 is the positive aspect of a 1 is original, creative, leadership, forceful, ambitious, daring, active, visionary, independent. So that's a 1, and me knowing myself, that's definitely me.
Yeah,
you know, definitely me. The flip end of that is bossy, headstrong, fearful, selfish, bullying, egotistical, dominating, impatient. So I see sides of that, you know what I'm saying? I see that in me too. And that's cool.
Right.
Cool. I embrace that.
Exactly.
You gotta embrace both sides of yourself. You know, that's the balance.
Just about to say that because like sometimes people don't like to accept certain things. It's okay to recognize it, right? Sometimes people recognize it all day, like, yeah, I recognize that shit. I know that shit. But have you accepted the shit though? Because with that acceptance comes so much freedom, and the freedom, man, it's just so beautiful when you accept certain things in your life. Because everybody think that you have to be, you know, what society wants you to be, or people think that okay, well, I have to do this and I have to do that, and I can't say this, I can't say that. But look, man, where's the balance in your life at? Like where you balance that? Like so if you're constantly throwing this to the side, like you know what I mean? And I used to say this shit too, so I'm not trying to down anybody. But when people used to say, "Oh, you gotta get rid of your ego, you gotta kill off your ego," and I was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna murk that nigga tonight." But then I thought about it, I'm like, nah, the ego, he kind of keep me where I need to be at sometime though. Like, you know what I mean? So then it just came, well, now instead of letting the ego run me, that's the key. The ego don't run me. Like, you know what I mean? I don't that nigga pull up when I'm slipping. When I'm not, that nigga pull up like, yep. Other than that, like, you know what I mean? That nigga's just like like, you know, subconscious got me sitting in the back, said, I'll be chilling. Like, you know what I mean? But to recognize both of those energies and to recognize that we need both of those, because one, the ego, I'm talking about my humanistic side versus the spiritual side. And that's all that is. Like, you know what I mean? So to accept yourself as being not just only human, but to say, hey, I'm both this shit, so I got to deal with it how I
in the
deal
dark.
with it. You know what I mean? Hell yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I forgot what movie that was, but he said the path to enlightenment is the line between both extreme opposites.
Yeah.
So if you can stay right there in that middle, it's up.
Yeah, that's a fact.
And that's how you stay balanced, right? Is because if you're so much in the positive, right? You know, that positive, if you're not careful, can lead into the negative, right? You can become boastful, right? Because or whatever, right? And both sides, there's a place for it. So, like you said, staying in between is the balance. That's your self check. Like, okay, let me check myself. There's times, you know what I'm saying, pop my collar and swoop my hat, right? But there's times when that's not appropriate, right? And that shouldn't be on the forefront, you know what I mean, of whatever you're doing. So you have to have that balance, and to live in that space is really a dope place. I used to say to myself, I hate the gray area. It was either black or white, right? I don't like the fog of things, but like I see perfectly in the fog. So I like it kind of steamy, you know? So.
Oh, that was a bar from what you just now said, because that is the ultimate test to be able to see through the fog. Some people are like, man, I can't see it, so I'm gonna dip to the light, and I definitely can't see through the dark, but I'm gonna go there because the light be too bright.
Yeah.
But you have to be able to function in all three. But if you in that middle spot, that's why I say, like, you know, I'm all about balance, like the sun and the moon, like, you know what I mean? Because seeing both sides for me is just like, okay, yeah, that side is cool, that side is cool. Do I have to choose a side?
No.
Can I just be free to the motherfucker and not have to choose shit?
Like, right.
You can dip in and dip out. You know what I mean?
I just stuck around. Like,
yeah.
Do what you want to do once you in there.
Right. Yeah. And that's the ultimate freedom. That to me is what I would consider like heaven on earth, right? It's because you're balanced, and you can free flow, right? And you are in control of oneself. When you are out of balance on any side of it, if you too much in the light, that can, you know, even though that sounds crazy to say, that means you can be sometimes so disconnected from, you know, this shell of a body which we're in, right? Or if you're too much in the darkness, you know, you're on the other side, you know. So we definitely, I think it's a dope place to be able to flow in that gray.
Hell yeah.
That's a fact.
Yeah, so Fred, hey, how long have you been studying numerology?
I've been studying it off and on for about maybe 2 or 3 years now.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So, you know, I love it. I love the numbers, you know, even like I was cuz you can get a number out of your name as well. So like I take my first name and I get that number and I correlate it to like myself, and also so there's two, I think there's more than two, but the two main systems is the Pythagorean and the Chaldean, I believe that's how you pronounce it. Those two systems, you know, they have different charts that you can use to get your number out of, you know, your name and whatnot. But I use the Pythagorean one because that's the most common one. And with that one, you know, I took, because my real name is Frederick, but I took Fred because in Chaldean, they say use the most commonly used name and then get the number from that. So I took that. I took Fred because, you know, it's short for Frederick. Most people call me Fred. I took that. I got that number. But then I also took Pure because other people know me as Pure. And both of the numbers was the same number.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it came out to the same exact number.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so I was like, oh shit, hold on, what's going on here? You know, so, and it's interesting because I remember watching this show. It's called The OA. I think yeah, Selfmade put me on to it.
Me too.
Yeah, bro, that show crazy, bro. There was an episode in that series where the OA, the main character, she was talking to her therapist, and she was like, you know, I don't know who this person is. I don't want to be this person, you know, and, you know, so forth and so on. And he was like, well, maybe you should get to know that person and become that person so that it could liberate you from that person.
Facts.
And I was like, whoa, wait a second, bro. Like, that was some deep ass shit right there.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, they really kicking that shit. So, you know, I took that concept and I applied it to myself and was like, okay, maybe if I can conquer who this Fred character is, I could liberate myself from this temple or avatar, which will give me the, you know, the access to a whole nother one.
That's lit.
And I was getting ready to ask you that in the sense of, have you ever done it with your full birth name?
So like
not
my
just,
middle
not just
name.
Frederick. Yeah.
So my middle and my last name.
Yeah.
No, I haven't did that one yet. I got to do that one.
Because the reason why I say that is because, you know, and I study numerology and I love it. Like I was doing it before people I knew it was a thing, right? And when you break down your full like given name, there's history behind that, right? So I would tell you like Pure and Fred, right? That is your this is like that middle state because you are self-identifying at this point, right? You're saying, okay, there's something within me that I'm gonna cut off the Rick part, right? But
Yes.
you do the whole name and your middle name and your last name. Not only do they break up, as you know, I'm trying to say consonants, right?
Right.
And then they also do the vowels, right, which are soft tones. So that is the balance, the harsh and the soft, right? Now you're gonna get something totally different, right? You're gonna get your struggles. You're gonna get like what that name carries. Now, when you shorten it, like my childhood nickname is Love. My middle name is Valerie, right? So it's different, and I understand what Valerie represents, and I understand what love represents. So that's the newness or the vibe that I'm in, right? That's the elevation because Valerie got issues. Valerie's cool, right? But I've elevated from Valerie, and that's my mom's name. I'm named after my dad, who's Benjamin. So I'm the feminine version of Ben and Valerie, right? So understanding the fullness gives you a picture of what your life was quote unquote recorded to be, right? Those path numbers, your life path, your spiritual number, your personality number. It tells you about your dating and who you dated in the past, who you gonna marry. It is written already, right? So that's when we go down to the beginning. God knew who you were. And so you were born here for a certain time and a certain reason. So once you discover what that was, now you're tapping in, if that makes sense.
Hey, that shit is so lit. Cause let me tell y'all real quick. Cause Benet, I didn't even know that you fuck with numerology at all. Like, I didn't know that neither of y'all fuck with it, right? And the way that I understand math, right, is on a specific type of level that I cannot say that I fully understand numerology in terms of how you guys are breaking it down right now, but it's mathematically sound to me. So the frequency that you guys are throwing out is mathematically correct. Like
Right.
right. Like you know what I mean?
Right.
And so Benet, with that, well, I want to ask Fred a question first. I'm gonna go back to you real quick, Benet.
All right.
Pure, my bad. I'm used to calling you Fred.
It's all good. It's all good. It's all connected.
So when you say that, are we talking alphanumeric when you're saying that our names have the numbers, or how does that work?
Yeah, let me pull it up for you because they have a chart here where each letter is associated with a number. And numbers can only go up to 9. So 1 through 9 would be, whatever A to, let me see, A to I.
AI. Okay.
Yeah.
AI.
So from A to I is 1 to 9, and then you will go to the next row, which is J to R, and then the next row is S to Z. And that's kind of how I don't know if I'm explaining that well.
No, you're right on point. I'm following.
Okay, and then I can show you here too. This is the actual chart right here.
Yeah, because it doesn't go past 9, so you have to start over when you get past I, then it starts all over.
Exactly.
I got you. Oh, I'm gonna do that shit tonight.
Yeah.
Hell did see. I did not know none of this shit for real.
Yeah, see, the thing about it is too, it's like for me, like I didn't really dive into the names. I was always more so focused on like the date of birth. Like that was my focus. So it was like the numbers is already there. The name, it was kind of skeptical because it was like somebody gave me that name.
I was just thinking.
You feel me? So, but at the same time, like when I really came into the understanding of like who gave me that name, that's when it all kind of changed for me.
Got you. And see, I'm glad you said it like that because that actually segues me into my question for Benet. Because you just now said something about like, I knew thee before you was in the womb.
Yeah.
So basically meaning that everything is kind of like laid out for you. So just like Fred was just now saying, even I keep on calling you Fred, my bad. So even what Pierre was just now saying, when it comes down to, well, I didn't really want to touch it because, somebody gave me this name outside of myself. So, and y'all know where I'm at in terms of not necessarily creation, but forming this vessel, you know what I mean? Or forming any type of situation that comes from, the consciousness and energy. So when you said that, so do you think that even if we add up the numbers, it's going to be a reflection of what we were before we were who we were?
Yes, and that's why I love numerology because it stands, right? Even me changing love, right? It's a frequency that is still associated with my name, right? It's still a number, right? So it's tapping into the other side of my personality, right? So that's why I had him read that and what it represented, right? When you do this, it is already written, right? But most people go throughout their lives questioning, well, who am I? Right? Start with numerology. If you don't believe in God, right? Just off your given name, that still you were born here at a certain time with a given name. If you are into religion at any point in time, most people, when they come of age or consciousness, whether that is Muslim, Christian, or whatever, you usually rename yourself, right? Because you've come to a certain understanding, if that makes sense. And so still though, with your new name is a new energy that you're tapping into to complete whatever was said, because you are still that, right? But now you need to tap into the energy to complete the task. And so when it goes down to your full name, right? There's birth numbers, right? So you have a life path number. So really what your life is going to be. You have a soul urge number, which basically is like your heart's desire, right? Whatever's really there. You got an expression number. It's really what you do in this world, right? What your purpose. So it gets real deep, and you got to sit, and it takes some time to pull. I would tell you, pull your numerology chart. Go ahead and do it, because it is spot on, and you can't get to the next level. It says know thyself, right? Well, how? Right? And if people are not religious, numbers don't lie. That's mathematics, right?
Facts.
So that's how you get to have a deeper understanding of yourself. And for me, my story, like 13 has always followed me around. Like my daughter's part of her social got 13 in it. 8 and 5 is a part of my social, right? Which is 13. I got tattooed, but it's just crazy. My number was 13 in high school, playing sports. My parents were 33 and 32. And I was the firstborn of the threes. So that's where I was like, I'm gonna be 13. That's why I picked the number, not knowing like my birth chart number is 6, life path is 7, right? So that's 13 there. Like 9 and another 4, which is 13 for my soul urge and my expression number. So 13 just follows me around. So
which because I'm were you done? Because I didn't want to cut you off.
Yeah.
Well, because I know you're in your season right now, and I meant to post my Capricorn shit today, but I had some other shit I posted. I'm gonna post it tomorrow for sure. The one for Capricorn is kind of lit though. I ain't even gonna hold you.
Yeah,
I mean, what's that? Earth sign?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We the only sign that like end the year and start off the new year. You know what I mean? So
right.
Get into
it. Oh shit, a 1-3? Are you a 1-3?
Huh?
Like, because I know it's January for the 1, but are you a 3 associated with that too?
Oh no, mine is 1982. So I spell out the year I was born.
Oh, 19. I forgot. That's still a 3. Don't we gonna
yeah,
that.
Yeah, we gonna flip
triple
that.
3, the triple helix.
Yeah,
Right.
but you know, I like it because it's so unique. Like you can never remember forget my birthday. It's the year I was born. You know what I'm saying? 1982. There. You know what I'm saying? And that's just that goes to me. That's the boastful side of myself, right? It's like, man, I'm lit. How many people can say that their birthday spells out the year that they were born? Not a lot. You know, you gotta be, you know, you gotta be on that. So yeah. So the link that I use, so if you guys want to do it, it's numerologist.com. And so it'll so they will do it. I believe that. Hold on, let me make sure I got that right. Wait 2 seconds. Yeah, it is numerology. Hold on. No, numerologist.com. And they'll give you a personality decoder. It's worth the read. It really just is like it reads like a memoir or something, right? Like, damn, you know, like it really is really deep. And like I said, it goes through each one of those things. It teaches you numerology to break that down too. So, but I need to get your book, Pure, because I like to be able to flip to that.
What was that?
Yeah.
Numbers in you?
Numbers in You. Yep.
Numbers in You.
Numbers in You by Lloyd Strayhorn.
Yeah.
Let me see. Yeah, this would look like.
What was that?
I believe it was numerologist. Hold on, or Hold on, let me pull my report. Hold on, let me make sure.
If you can, drop it in the chat.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop it in the chat. But
numerologist.
Yeah, numerologist, and what it kind of looks like. I don't know if you guys could see that, but that's kind of like the symbol of what it looks like. Okay. So
I got that flower of life popping, huh?
How you say what?
The flower of life popping?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just tripping. I saw hella shit when you held that
up. No, it is. But I'm gonna drop it in the chat right now. So you guys can have it. But yo, it's dope. Numerologist.com, I believe. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm about to tap in with that.
Yeah, it's a good read. Hold on. Oops, I'm sorry, numerology. That's what it is. Numerology. Numerology.com.
Yeah, no, I gotta tap in. And again, it's just like one of those things where it's just like, you know, because sometimes it's just like playing chess, right? Never played chess a day in my life, but I understand the game. Like, does that make sense? So it's just like with this type of conversation, it's like I understand the language, even though, you know, I ain't never fucking been taught the language. Like, you know what I mean? It's just something I feel. Like, you know what I mean? But at this point in time, I'm definitely going to have to tap in just to see what I got to be nosy on this one. I got to talk about.
See, for me, it's kind of the same. Like
hey, Josh, I just dropped that. I don't know how to do it. It's in the private chat.
Oh no, you got it. It's up there. It's good.
There you go. It's in there. I'm kind of like Woon in the sense of, you know, coming into the numerology, that became like my confirmation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so instead of knowing like the practicality of numerology in the sense of like the study of numbers, you know what I'm saying, on like paper, in a sense, it was more like I'm doing it in the field. Like, you know what I mean? Like it was me doing it in the field. So then when I did transfer over and start reading what the numbers meant, like they already meant something to me spiritually because I was dealing with them spiritually. You know what I'm saying? But when I did read into it on a more physical sense, I seen the connection and was like, oh shit, this is confirming some other shit that I was doing. You know what I'm saying? Or some other shit I was trying to figure out. And this just actually confirmed, what I was, learning about certain numbers, or you know what I mean? Because when I was doing it, it was always in plants. So like I was always looking at nature, and I got caught into counting the petals on certain flowers. You know what I'm saying? And you start to catch them patterns of like, damn, they all either around the 7. You start catching like the majority, like, yeah, you might have a couple of 6s in here. You don't know if one petal fell off or whatever, but like majority of them is a 7, and they this color. You know what I'm saying? And then I would go to something else, and then you start looking up just what it means, like what these plants symbolize and certain shit. You know what I'm saying? You start to catch a certain energy and vibration about the plants and then the seasons, and you start adding all these, because all that shit numbers for real. You know what I'm saying? It's just how I'm perceiving it is more just like I said on a observation, just with dealing with nature. And so correlating that over to the numbers, that shit just opens up a whole nother aspect of like how to perceive the patterns. You know what I mean? Because numbers, shapes, sounds, that's all the same shit for real. You know what I'm saying? It's just you could use any one of those means, whether it's a shape, a number, a sound, and get the same shit from all different. You know what I'm saying? Like the numbers will mean the same shit. It'll correlate with the sound, and the sound will correlate with the shape. You know what I'm saying?
Then vibrations for real.
Right.
That's that sacred geometry right there.
Right. That's
it is. It is. And like, I'm looking at your background, right, Josh? You know what I'm saying? And I could see the similarities, right? And so you're connected with the vibration of that base number, right? Whatever inside that core, it relates to you, right? And so it's just that is like that extra energy boost. So when you look at it, trust me, you start seeing it in everything. You could be just looking at a piece of bread or something and be like, yeah, there's 6 holes in here, you know what I'm saying? Or license plate, or you know what I mean? Certain things. But that, like you said, it's like that secret stuff. So it's like when you are balanced, you get to see and live in the matrix, right? So now I think Woon, you was telling me the other day to go back and watch that Michael Jackson, Billie Jean, right? When he was walking on the lights, right? That's when you tap into this, it's like every footstep is a light, or every time you see that number is a light, and it's just like I'm in my path, right? So it gives you comfort, even if you're going through some shit.
Facts.
Hey man, it was written, right? That ain't nothing. So get off it. Don't get mad. You know what I'm saying? Move that energy, but it was written for you to go through whatever you're going through. You know what I mean? So I love it.
Yeah, that shit's lit. That shit remind me of when I was in Memphis, right? I was out there and I wasn't heavily into school at that time by no means, right? I went to my theaters arts class. I went to that class. I went to my science class for sure. And I went to math, right? And so I remember I was like, okay, one of these days I'm gonna do my homework on this math shit. Because I wasn't into doing homework and none of that shit back then and shit, right? And so I end up doing this math problem. And the math problem, I forgot what it was, but when you added everything up, and then I forgot, I think you added everything up, then you multiplied it, then you divided it, whatever it was, it kept looping back around to the same thing, and it looped and looped and looped, and it was blowing my mind as I'm doing the problem and shit, right?
Yeah.
Probably, cause you know, back then I was young, cheaping and shit, so I'm lit like a motherfucker. And this shit is just in a loop, and it's in a loop, and then loop, and a loop, and a loop. And then, so when I get to school the next day, I cannot wait to tell my teacher, like, nigga, this math problem was lit as shit, right? And so as soon as she got to that part of the thing, my hand went straight up, boom. She was like, and I guess she must have felt the energy, like, this nigga did his homework? Like, oh, let him speak on it. Like, you know what I mean? And how I broke it down, I was probably lit up like a fucking light bulb. Like, you know what I mean? Like, hey, this problem is light. Like, you know what I mean? And I'm just busting this shit down, and I see the energy that I'm giving. She's receiving the shit, so she's excited to see me excited. Like,
right.
But it was going back to what you were saying, Benet, and even what you were saying, Fred. Like how, like, you know, how everything, you know, just always goes back to, you know, the beginning, and then spirals out again, and then comes back, and then spirals out. So, you know, on that type of time, like, regardless, as long as you're on that path, it's always going to lead you in the right direction. Then it's going to start to go and go back. So when I got that problem, I was like, nigga, this is life right here. I can't think of what the problem was verbatim, but it was lit as fuck.
Yeah.
Ain't no bad path.
So I missed the part, Fred. How did you get or Pure? I'm sorry, and I know that because now Woon said it, but what I was thinking is that if Fred and Pure are the same frequency, I'm still speaking to you in a language and you can understand, right? You know,
absolutely.
I'm still in that same energy, you know. So,
yes.
So how did you get really into it? Like, was it just something that you tapped into naturally, or how did you get into it?
I think it all started from like just the study of astrology. I was studying that, and I wanted to know how it correlated or corresponded with numbers as well, because I always see a lot of numbers in like ancient texts, ancient science, Kemetic science, you know, whatever it is that you study, and you're going to see them numbers. So that kind of like made me want to bring it together. Like, okay, how could I mesh this together to all make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And once I started doing that, and I kind of went on that whole journey, I started seeing the correspondence in the numbers in my chart, and also the planets, I guess you can, like the constellations in my chart too, because they correspond with each other. It's all synchronized into the oneness of it all. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's kind of how I got into it. And I love it. I love everything about it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, nah. I just got into it because I liked numbers, and I think I was you know how like on the alphabet there's a number for each one, you know, 26 or whatever. So I wanted to know what, you know, what the name was, right? So I know what it is on the phone, you know, 2363, like, okay, cool, but what is that, right? Or so I started just looking at what my name represented and what those numbers were, and then I just did my middle name, I did my last name, looked at the meaning of those numbers, and was like, oh, that seemed to fit. You know what I mean? And then it started to confirm things that I grew up Christian, right? So in the Bible, it's a whole bunch of nothing but numbers, you know, like, and one that I remember the most is like, I asked myself, well, what was it about 40 days and 40 nights? Like, why was it 40? You know, why would it take 40 days, right? God, right? It could just be like, let this go, right? But it's like 40 represented a number of needing to make a decision when you don't know what to do, you know, and that made me think, like, wow, kind of question, did God not know what to do? You know what I mean? Was he in this indecision place of, should I destroy the world? Is this going to give me some time to think about it or whatever? And so it just made me kind of start going down that hole. And then, okay, 7 days, it was completed and all of that. So that's how, for me, I kind of got into it and merged it with spirituality.
How do you think the numbers that are referenced in the Bible correlate to the body, I guess, or the physical nature, being that the Bible is a spiritual book?
Right.
I mean, are you asking me?
Yeah. I mean,
okay.
anybody.
Right. I mean, I think that is like one of the secrets. Once you're tapped into the spirit, you'll start to understand that there was a purpose for a moment in time in seasons, or why this didn't happen until this particular date, right? Or why there was 12 disciples plus Jesus would make 13, and what people would tell you 13 is an evil number, right? But it's not, right? So it's like there's all these little codes in there, that once you're tapped into the spirit, it's like, again, it's like that walking down the street with the lights, right? Or you start to see that flashing light, and it's like, okay, you're starting to get a better understanding, which will tie you into the nature of things, right? Because it's bringing you back to the nature, or the nature of yourself, which is the God consciousness within. And so when you're looking around at the elements, right, even for water, H2O, right? Well, why do we need this, or what are the components of things that are natural, as far as the numbers are concerned? That's how you're starting to tap into it. That's the pure God consciousness, So if you're not into numerology and you believe the Bible, you believe any religious, doctrine, you're misinterpreting most of the message, because you're still missing a part of it. And, so which is, the consciousness, the creator, who's the ultimate number, right? That, so that's how I view it. What about you, Pure?
What was the question again? You were saying the correlation with the Bible and the body?
And numbers.
I mean, for me, it's kind of hard to gauge it because I didn't really grow up in a religious household. So the Bible wasn't something that I studied. I kind of had the liberation to discover God on my own.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But like she said,
yeah,
even with
the right there. That was a sneak ball right there.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
That was a sneak. My bad. Go ahead.
Like even like what she said, like with the 12 disciples, the 12 disciples, 12 zodiac signs, you know what I'm saying? Just all the correlations, how they're all correlated with this number 12, which you can also find in the Bible. I think it's all connected. I know it's all connected. And I haven't even read the Bible, you know what I'm saying? So I think if I did, though, it could be a powerful thing even for myself, even though I have my own, understanding of what God is.
Yeah. And you know what? And just in speaking of that, it just came to me as a revelation, right? They say we got 13 astrological signs now, right? That was hidden, right? Well, so for me to go back to the Bible, the 12 disciples, Jesus was the secret. In essence, that God energy was the secret. So it's like, if you seek the energy, right, you could seek that truth, right? And, but I mean, the deeper you go into astrological signs, we can say that there's more than 13 or 12 or whatever, right?
Right.
Because once you start studying the universe, that's a whole nother thing when it comes down to astrology, right, Pure? And I'm sure you tapped in to it, and it's like, this is superficial of what we can see from our vantage point, right? But there's so much more out there, and there's a purpose and a reason for it, right? And so there's meaning behind that. And there's a reason why we're trying to see, right? Don't let anybody fool you that we just trying to see the planets and see other things. No. People know that there's power in understanding the stars, right? And understanding what else is quote unquote out there. You look to the heavens, look to the stars, right? And you will find other truths and other discoveries. And so, yeah, they talking about we just want to discover aliens. No, but we are the aliens if we want to be truthful.
Absolutely,
But.
I like how you said, God was like a secret or hidden too, because like when you study the Kabbalicism systems,
Ooh,
like the hidden one is the Da'at. That's the one
yeah.
that's not on the Kabbalah, and that's the hidden one. You know what I'm saying? And even like the correspondence with death as well. One of the definitions that I had found with it was it means to obtain knowledge.
Woo!
So when you die, you really obtain knowledge going back into the source, understanding where you just came from and where you at now.
That was
that was dope.
Yeah.
That was a bar.
That's hella lit. Just on, as soon as we gain a new life or the knowledge that you're talking about, that old us has to die off anyway. Like, you know what I mean? So
exactly
lines up like a
right.
He's constantly dying.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Right.
Yeah. And so again, is death really death? Is there really a death? Right? It's just a new level. It's a new place. And so you still existed wherever you came from, right? But that's not where you're living. That's not the truth of the matter of your consciousness at the moment. And so that still exists. That's why you will never die. You know what I mean? So
yeah, but when we talk about, because I know you guys just now mentioned the secret, is that synonymous with sacred as well in terms of symbology?
heck yeah.
It is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just
absolutely.
didn't say it. I'm just gonna get a consensus about it. Then we
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see that.
That's sacred, man. The secret is sacred, and that's why within alchemy, right? Like when I first discovered and understood alchemy, it's like I'm a workaholic as far as Capricorn is concerned, right? Like I could be in my shit for 10, 12 hours, blocking it out and knocking shit out, right? But when I discovered alchemy, when they would say that they just be in there, day in, day out, trying to, discover the secrets and things like that, it appealed to me because it's like, oh, I understand that energy. You know what I'm saying, right? But it is when you get involved in this, that's sacred, right? It is this knowledge is for everyone, but you have to go find it. You have to have the desire for the truth. You have to, it got to tickle your fancy, right? You know what I'm saying? One of my teachers told me there's two people, right? This is where you know kind of spiritually where you at. There's a book about sex and then a book about spirituality. Which one you going to pick? Now, most of us have been experienced at some point, so you know just about everything you could know, right, about sex, but you don't know everything that you could possibly know about the spirituality, right? And I find myself documentary out, numbers out, I'm reading books, I know what that is, right? That's old, right? This is some new shit over here, right? This is really what tickles my fancy. That's what gets me going, you know what I'm saying, in that regard. Right. So it's that it is sacred to be able to study and to know and have that confirmation. That's the alchemy of what we're talking about.
Yeah, see, it's like when I went down my my Illuminati rabbit hole, and I was in that motherfucker. But when I went down that rabbit hole, it was just like, well, there's nothing secret about this shit. Like, you know what I mean? So then I just now recently heard somebody say it's not a secret society, it's a society of secrets. So it's just like because my initial question was like, well, how the fuck is this a secret society, but niggas know about it? Like, you know what I mean? In my mind, that didn't make no sense. Like, you know what I mean? So I had to question that. And then it's just like, all right, so what the fuck is the secret? Like, you know what I mean? Now I'm trying to peep what they peeping. Like, what the fuck is the secret? Like, you know what I mean? So then when I found out the secret is that there is no secret, then I'm like, oh, these niggas are slick as shit. Like, you know what I mean? If you say that it's a secret, the niggas is like, all right, then it's just secret. Like, and then the spookism comes in, and so then that's why I asked a question about secret and sacred, because it's just like, it's not a secret society, it's a sacred society. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And in terms of the symbology, it's just like, if you don't have the proper eye to see it, of course you're going to label it as a secret, because everybody is not in on the on the information, so it's secret in that sense. So that shit is lit.
Yeah, and that's what numerology or all of this is, right? Is it's not a secret, right? But if you don't seek the knowledge or go, pull your chart, you don't know. Listen, I pull people's charts all the time because now I know how to deal with you, right? It's not a secret. You know what I'm saying? It's not, right? So, that's the other side of myself, right? Is that's the calculating part, but that's also
Hey, I laugh because it's just like, on the streets, you got like, nigga, I'm gonna pull this nigga card.
Right.
Like, I'm gonna pull your chart, nigga.
Yeah. Exactly.
And nigga, what's your numbers, nigga?
Right.
We gonna find this shit out.
Even if you don't believe in it, I know it to be true. You know what I mean? And you could do that for business, and that's why with knowledge, there's a balance, right? You could use it for what, good or for evil, right? I use it for my business and obviously for good, right? I'm never trying to do nothing to nobody because I understand that energy comes right back to bite your motherfucking ass. So I'm not doing that, but it really does help you. That can help you in relationships and business and all aspects of your life. If you got somebody in your life that you seem like you button heads and you can't like figure out a way to talk to them and they won't tell you shit, pull their damn chart. And you will figure out like, oh, okay, so they're the type that the more you push them, the more that they gon' dig their heels in. This is how you need to be able to talk to them, right? And it's no secret. It's just you gotta know that this exists and tap into it, and then now that it becomes sacred, like you said, like
sacred. Hey, that shit is so lit. At the AutoZone that I was working at, right? When I was in SAC, there was, and this is related but not related, but there was a group of people that I noticed. I'm like, damn, because I'm just asking them, when your birthday? Like, what is this nigga's birthdays and shit? And then it come to find out, the majority of our the people that worked there was either Geminis or Sagittariuses. You may have some other signs sprinkled in, but I'm like, hold on, is this hire? Because then now I'm thinking about the hiring process.
Right.
Like,
scanning for certain.
I'm serious as a heart attack. Like, because I'm thinking like, how they do the assessment test and shit, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, does this have something to do with the assessment test? Or do they know how to put a certain demographic of people together because they know how the function of the store is going to be in terms of the energy is going to be around the motherfucking shit, right? And I got to thinking this shit. I'm like, these niggas is slick as shit.
Yes. Boom. I'm gonna tell you, as an HR person, it is true, right? But they call it is true, right?
Okay.
That's why they ask you for a DISC assessment, right? Or personality assessment, right?
Exactly.
Okay, so they will pull just like you did pure and say what these numbers are. If you look at your life path number, right, or your soul urge, or all these different things, your DISK, right, your DISC, what those are different parts of your life path, your birth chart, or what have you. So those numbers correlate. What they're doing though is saying, okay, D is, your dominance, or I is for this, right? Well, that dominance is still going to be like your life path numbers. That's why it'll say you're most likely to be a coach. Well, your life path number is going to tell you the same thing, right? So they're doing the numerology on you based on your personality. So it's a reverse of engineering,
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah,
right?
that makes sense like a motherfucker.
Because if you identify with, you know, I say I'm the love energy, right? Okay, so they're gonna ask me certain questions to confirm if I'm the love energy, right? So how do you treat people? Do you have compassion? Are you patient? Are you kind? Are you this or that? It will be the same kind of, it will be the same number to equate that I'm the love energy, right? Based on what those questions are. So it is that they're just not telling you it's the numerology. Now, if I can't say that they go as far to say is okay, we're gonna do it by Geminis and Sagittarius or Capricorns, but there is if you understand the science of it, when you do these assessments, if you are good at customer service, or you know you're determined, you're doing whatever they find that the best kind of number works for their company, and you fit that number, you're more likely to be hired because they know that you're going to gel well within that. And so if you so happen to be a Sagittarius or Gemini, you know, or you know, as you were noticing for that particular branch, it's bigger than your sign, right? It's life path numbers, because if I try to apply like an AutoZone, right, they'll see like, oh yeah, okay, well, we could probably do a manager, or I don't know, she could do coaching, but I wouldn't be in the field, right? They wouldn't let me do that because I wouldn't be happy, I wouldn't be successful, I wouldn't get along, you know, pulling orders. I'm a teacher, I'm a coach, I'm a trainer. Like, you get what I'm saying? So that helps you place people. But yeah, so to confirm, yes, Woon, they are doing that.
Man, I'm using the numbers.
When I looked up, because you know I be observing. When I looked up, I said, "Hold on, what?" I'm like, "Hell no!" Nah. But then I got to thinking, I'm like, "Hell yeah!" Because
yeah. Yeah, that shit is crazy. So if you could look at that from a relationship standpoint too. You pull the life numbers or the numerology from your previous partners, you can see, and it will show even in your own thing, you gravitate towards people that need XYZ, which is a part of your life path, right? So it'll tell you, like, I have a thing about altruism. I will put the needs of others before myself. So I generally date people that are selfish than a motherfucker, right? Or that need me to be selfless, right? In certain ways. So to break free from that, you have to know that in order to get to what they say is promised. Because if not, you're going to be in this cycle until you decide to get out.
Yeah, so it's kind of like what Fred was saying when he referenced the OA.
Yeah.
He was saying about the pure energy, like, man, I gotta embody this shit in order to liberate myself from it. And like, you know, that's what I was saying, going back to the acceptance of, you know, whatever your quote unquote dark side is. It's just like, you know, if you keep on running from it, like, you know what I mean, then you're gonna run forever. Like, how many times, like, how long are you gonna run? Like, you know what I mean? Like, the acceptance of it is just like, man, come on over to the dark side. It's fun over here. Watch, it's lit. I promise y'all it's lit. Like, you know what I mean? But people don't like to do it. But, you know, just like we got positive numbers, we have negative numbers. Like, you know what I mean? But negative numbers really is positive. It just depends on how you look at it.
Absolutely.
That was a bar. Oh, well, now I gotta tap into that.
Numerology is lit, man.
That shit. Hey, there was somebody had hit me up about something, and I think we were just on some math shit, and it was like, I think it was like a negative number times a negative. It was either it was either addition or multiplication, but it ended up being a positive number at the end of the day. And in my young mind, I was like, nigga, that shit don't make no sense. So I really had to sit down, and I was like, hold on, that shit makes sense.
Mm-hmm. I think I know what you're talking about. It's three. Is it three different equations?
It might be like this is a minute ago.
Because they got that. I think it's multiplication.
It might be.
If I'm thinking, what you're talking about is, but it's like addition times a negative is a positive, or a negative times a negative is a negative. You know what I'm saying? Or the positive times a positive is a positive.
Right.
But both the positive times a negative is a positive. So you got two positives and then the one negative. That's like fire fighting fire, nigga. The fire only gonna get bigger. So
Exactly.
you know what I'm saying? That shit crazy.
That shit was crazy, man. But then again, like, you know, it just makes sense. And just like Benet was saying earlier, like, you know, for the people who may not understand the language of when they say certain things in the Bible, if we go to numbers, you know, all of us know that numbers don't lie. So it's just like, you know, if we look at it from a different perspective, because just like you were saying, Self, like the other day, like, you know, if you don't get this 2 plus 2, nigga, we finna hit you with the 3 plus 1. Like, you know what I mean? Or the 5, you know what I mean? The 5 minus 1, or, you know, the fucking 46 minus 42. You gonna get this 4, nigga. Like, like, you know what I mean? So when it comes down to that, I think people just want to stay on that one perspective, on that one block, on that one, you know, 2 plus 2, baby. That's all I need, baby. That's like, nah, but it's just like, don't you know shit? It's so much bigger than that. Like, we're saying the same thing, but you know, how many different angles do you, how many times you want to spin a block? Like, cause if you run out of gas the first time, you know, hitting that first corner, then what? Like, you know what I mean? How far can you go for real? So it's just like, no, we're spinning the block, baby. Like, you know what I mean? That's why I love the number game, because numbers are infinite. So I have infinite amounts of time to give you this information. What source do you want? Where do you want to go?
Everywhere, literally.
What avenue do you want to go down, my guy? Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like numbers is. I love numbers, and I think that the more that people get into, you know, I say mathematics alone, but because we're talking about numerology right now, I'll say that even myself would have to get a more defined understanding of numerology. You understand what I'm saying? So, and when I say that, I mean, you know, the references that Pure just now gave, the references that Benet just now gave, in order to get a more refined or defined understanding of what this is, but just on a basic mathematic level, I think that if people incorporate that into their psyche and how, you know, how they compute things, and shit'll be lit. Love it.
You think about like downtown Sacramento. You know what I'm saying? Like how they construct the street is numerology. Like where they got certain shit placed within certain numbers. You like why they got the capital in between, you know, a certain number aligned with a certain ley line on the like. It's fucking crazy when you really start digging deep, like all the different chakra points on the earth and how those align with the longitude and latitude ley lines of the earth and the different degrees all across the planet, and then where you was born at a specific time and date. And hey, have y'all ever been inside of the ziggurat? It's the pyramid in Sacramento.
Nah, it's like
about the money store.
It's like a scientific laboratory, isn't it?
Shit, I don't know if it's a scientific. I don't know if it's
all that used to be the money store. You talking about the building
along the river
that's stacked up? Yeah, that used to be a mortgage like a mortgage company. But now it is, so they closed, and that was called the money store. But now it's a government building.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
When I went into it, it was like government, you know, set up all the whole nine.
Definitely.
But when you walk in, like as we was walking in, we was talking and looking up because the ceilings was nigga all the way up type shit. You know what I'm saying? So we walk in and we look in and shit. And the closer we get to being like directly underneath that peak of the pyramid, I start like hearing myself talk in a certain place. I can't. It's kind of hard to describe. You know what I'm saying? But like I started picking up on like myself talking, like I could hear the echo, but where it was like being compressed at was in a totally different space than where I was talking. So it was like it was almost like it drowned me out, but put me in a different area.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
The geometry of the building.
Exactly. And so I'm standing in the middle. Once I got into the middle, I was tripping out because I'm like, yo, this shit is crazy. You know what I'm saying? But it just made me think about all the numerology that went into all the different angles that you have to get that sound to make
that sound. Yeah.
And it just goes back to like some of the Buddhist monks and stuff. They had an understanding of because like I was saying earlier, like the sound and the shapes and the numbers all correlate and shit. So as long as you have an understanding of one, you can do all three in a sense. You know what I'm saying? And how they say they used to move these big ass boulders with sound.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So you have to know how to construct a certain, instrument that can produce a certain type of sound that could be projected to levitate some whole other shit. You know what I'm saying? But like when you really start thinking about how deep, even just like the chambers in the actual pyramids, you know what I mean, can be constructed in such a way to where it pressurizes a certain part of the pyramid that, like, you know what I'm saying? You start making shit move without nothing. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So no electricity needed. Just we using pressure points and angles and drops and slides and you know what I'm saying? They show you all that shit in the movies. You press on a rock and that shit activates a whole different rock to slide open, and then we walking into a chamber. Ain't no electricity. Man. You know what I'm saying?
Come on, that's
that shit is so lit, man. Because again, you're talking about sonic and shit right now, right? Or sound.
Yeah.
And and that's probably another reason why I love music so much, because music, the sound and the mathematic equation that it takes to fuse, or not that it takes to, but how they correlate without any breakup. Like, you know what I mean? They naturally they naturally harmonize and just like, ooh, like, you know what I mean? Just like how I just love numbers and I love music. And then when you start, putting those two together, just like, man, the things that people create with these two different things, just like, bruh. And sometimes, it's said throughout certain places that it was the sound that actually started the physical creation of things, right? The sound and it's just like, oh, hold on, like, so I had to jump on that frequency real quick, like, hold on, what does that feel like? Like, you know what I mean? And then it still mathematically made sense when they said it, because I'm like, sound? I don't know. And then I was like, no, you're fucking right. Like, that makes absolute sense. Like, you know what I mean? So
absolutely.
Just dealing with the sound aspect of it, or because if we're talking about mathematics and we're talking about mathematics being arithmetic, right, or rhythm, right? So then the rhythm is also associated with the vibrations, and vibrations is synonymous with sound. Like, you know what I mean? It just depends on where you at to hear it. And when I say where you're at, it's just, spiritually where you're at to hear the levels of the vibration. So the shit is lit, man. I love this conversation that we're having right
now. It's all movement. It's all movement. Sound, movement, frequency, music, dance. You know what I'm saying? It's all the same thing. And I love it. I love all that shit. It's all in my chart too.
Yeah.
It's all throughout my chart, man. Music, dance, art, creativity, all that.
Yeah.
And so for me, when I look at it, right, is if you want to like put it in perspective, like what's the sound of 4, right? What's the sound of, your life path numbers, right? So Josh, you were 7, right? Or right?
No, yeah, you're right.
6, right? 6, yeah. You know what I'm saying? I'm a 3. Again, what is the sound of that number? What truly is that frequency? We know it's a 3, but what is the language of 3, which would be the sound of it?
Right.
The vibration of it. So I may like a certain song, right? Because and it really like seemed to hit me because what I'm hearing and what I'm connecting with is the sound of three or whatever that may be, right? And so as you're going along in life, if you are inclined to a certain name or a certain group of people or a certain swag or whatever, what is the sound of your swag? What's the sound of your, you know what I'm saying? What number does that correlate with?
All right there.
Yeah, that was the bar.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Because if you start, that's the rabbit hole shit that I go down, right? It's like, okay, why am I connected or why do I like these things? It's because, and I feel so at home with it, is because there is a frequency attached to the numerology within me that says, like, that's your shit right there. You know what I mean?
Hey, real quick, but now I know you remember the movie I'm Gonna Get You Sucker, right?
Yeah.
Jim Brown was walking, and then the dude was like, because he had the band behind him.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Who's these people?" He was like, "These is my, this is my theme song." Like, you know
yeah,
what I mean?
this is my theme music.
Like, you know what I mean? He got his theme song behind him. Like,
exactly.
That's hella funny.
Right. Again, this is why I love music because certain people be like, "That's my song."
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like this. Going to what you're saying, like this is how I sound in real life. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Right.
And so this is when I did my song, this is what it feels like. This is what I meant because I said, and I'm not just another rapper. This is real life. But when I write it down, this is what it feels like. Like, you know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
like this is the frequency that I'm putting out. Like, you know what I mean, from my brain. So it's like I can say it all day, but when I write it down, you're gonna feel this shit. Like, you know what I mean? So like just the level of what you just now said, that shit hit me like, oh.
Yeah, that was deep right there.
I know I'm at when I'm saying this shit, but just to hear you say it, it's just that confirmation. Like, yeah, hell yeah, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's unique. Like, there's certain people that you can that understand that language, right? And you can identify with those people, you know what I'm saying? And again, when you go down to the numerology, not the astrology, people get so hooked up on it, like, oh, I can never date an Aries or whatever because your baby daddy was, right? But what was his frequency, right? Versus this other Aries has another frequency. So you can't just rule out the signs. You're doing like a quarter of the work. You know what I mean? You really got to understand who you are as a person, right? And how do you do that is what is their sound, right? There's people like that just hearing their name is just like, and it can be something like Robert, right? You know what I'm saying? Or something, but it just be like, I don't fuck with no Robert or whatever, right? Because it is a sound, a frequency which our brains we're not connected to think about it as it's pushing out a number. You know what I'm saying? And you're receiving this number that don't just, hey man, I'm sixes and sevens, man. You know what I'm saying, or whatever. And then you 1 and 9s or something. I just I can't get with it. You know what I'm saying? So that's when I say, when you get into what tickles my fancy, we could write a book about sex, and I could do that, right? But this shit right here, this is what gives you life and energy, and that's the reproduction of life. This is it, not that. You know what I mean? So
that mental stimulation.
Yeah.
Right. What you said brought me to think about Jimi Hendrix, Benet.
Because that's my dude, right? I'm trying to tell you,
yeah. He would take acid before he would go on stage and play the guitar and shit. And I seen one article, they said that when he plays, he can see the color of the notes that he's playing on the guitar.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it's that's dope, just in the sense of just like having like a shroom trip, right? When you play music, the vibrations that come through the speaker, you get a sense of the person that's playing the music. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not hearing the person talk. They not saying shit. I can't see their face, but just the fact that they put their soul into the music to make and orchestrate these sounds is I'm hearing them on a deeper level.
That's
You know
a
what I'm
fact.
saying? Like this shit is going past the physical now because I'm not seeing you. You know what I'm saying? I'm feeling you like you were saying. You know what I'm saying?
Real quick, I'm so sorry to cut in right here. But when you
good.
watch that Wu-Tang series that I'm talking about,
okay.
they go into what you just said.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to go
tapping
peep that
in.
one.
I'm tapping in.
Right.
I'm tapping in for sure.
And that's why when people are on stage, why they vie for a solo, right? Because we're coming together in harmony, but let you hear me. Even I'm gonna step out of this harmony and show like where I fit in, right? What my actual sound is. Or I don't know, there's plenty of old school songs where they have a break, right? Where they not saying nothing, but you feeling that music is, you know, you just like, damn, you have it in your mind, you can hear it. And if they didn't say shit else, if it was just the instrumental, it still speaks to you. So now though, we talking about the orchestra of music, right? So when we talk about who writing, right? When you write your own shit, right? Well, we got a lot of ghost writers out there. We got engineers that produce the music itself. You know what I'm saying? You make music, you know what I mean? And so when you are connecting with one of my favorite rappers is like Jay-Z, right? So if I'm connecting with him, am I hearing Jay or am I hearing, you know, the engineer, right?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? But when I hear Jay on somebody else's thing, was like, you know, Kels is very controversial, right? But most people, if they listen and they find out like Kels wrote a song, they be like, I knew you know what I'm saying? I felt this energy. This is his signature on it. You get what I'm saying? So that goes deep into orchestrating music, right? Being a true composer of this.
That's why I look at jazz. Jazz,
Ooh.
yo, like
man.
Come on now.
What?
Freestyling, like you were saying, you have that moment to freestyle. That's like that moment where we get a chance to really feel you. You know what I mean? Like, all right, man, cool, yeah, nice. All right, let me feel you individually. Let me see your sound individually. How you gonna come, like,
exactly.
And that kind of gives you a view of like their personality and who they actually are for real. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
man, that's the best space to be in right there. Like even for me, like when I go to dance competitions and I dance, a lot of it, majority of it, shit, pretty much all of it is freestyle.
Freestyle.
It's all freestyle. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel comfortable enough to like show myself in that way. Like I don't have to come with moves that I already know how to do because I already know that. That's the known. I like to tap into the unknown. So you're going to see me explore and experiment a little bit, which will give you a deeper insight into who I am if you can really see like that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So that shit crazy. And even with the music too, I wanted to say with the music too, like how Benet was saying, like, what's your sound, what's your note? Well, there's a key. You know, there's a key that you fall under, and whatever key that is, that lets you know the vibration of who you are, like the essence of your number.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So if you know that key, like, okay, yeah, I'm in the key of C. That's my music. That's my swag. That's my movement.
That's
then
what
it's
I
like,
was
okay, I can vibe with that. I'm an F. And we know that's the circle of fifth, and they go perfect, you know, hand in hand.
Exactly.
You know, so that's a whole nother thing right there when you really get deep into the music. Like, even when I talk to people, I always ask them, like, man, what's your playlist? Let me hear the playlist. Because that's going to tell me everything about you.
Right. Can I plug in with you, right? Or some people are cool, and then you listen to the music, be like, yeah, I don't even respect you no more. I'm sorry, I got to get out. Like this.
Score back real quick. You can't. I don't know about that.
Yeah. Give me my quarterback. Yeah.
But going back to what you were saying, like the energy, right? And I cannot wait till we do this song, and people keep on hitting me up about the song. Where the song at? People ask me, can I just put out the song? People just own the song. Can I just put it out? Like, why are you waiting so long? But the song is called "Who Got the Sauce," and it goes back into that, you know, the element what you were just now speaking about, Fred. Just like it's just me exposing who I am to, you know, I'm giving y'all me right now. Like, you know what I mean? It's not a freestyle song, but you are able to freestyle up. Like, you know, I was telling people like, if you want to freestyle, it's up. But it reminds me because the reason why I put this song out because it took me back to the essence of, you know, when I first was really getting into rap, and then you know we had that cipher, we had that circle, and then it was freestyling. Like, you know what I mean? You just everybody in a circle, you get that energy, then you like, well, this is me.
Right.
You know what I mean? And this is, you know, regardless to whatever, we ain't even got no beat. Probably got somebody beatboxing, like, you know what I mean? But this is me right here, and feel this, like, you know what I mean? So, I tried to reignite that or recapture that energy when I did the Who Got the Sauce, like, you know what I mean? So that's the essence of that, like, you know what I mean? I want to bring that back to where it's just like, okay, you don't there's no you don't have to, you know, be, you know, big me, little them, like, you know what I mean? Like, cause I don't like, nah, nigga, just be what you got popping, like, you know what I mean? Like, what's the situation? What's your sauce like? What you know when you if you dripping, like, you know what I mean? Like, what does it look like? What does it taste like? Like, you know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? So I can't wait to, you know, just get back. And again, like I'm getting juiced and shit because I love music.
Yeah.
So sometimes, you know, it's more or less, you know, people hear the shit and they be like, okay, yeah, that's a cool song. But there's an essence behind it that, you know, that I'm shooting for when it comes down to that specific song. And it's just like, yeah, go ahead and do your Dougie. Like, you know what I mean? Let's see who you are as your energy.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You're invoking that energy right there.
Yeah,
man.
exactly.
And that's the individuality in you from, you know, other people, which we have to tap back into that. We have to. We have to. That's everything.
Yeah.
That tells you a lot about a person.
It do. And it kind of remind me of I know y'all heard of Ice JJ, right? Have y'all? You know, he's
I remember him.
right? But it's because and he became famous, right? But that's the energy that he put out there. It's like, nigga, I don't care what you say, nigga. This is my energy, right? And people gravitated to him because of his freedom of that expression, right? You know what I mean? And it wasn't that it was just like the best kind of music, but it was him, right? And so it's like people get mad, like, man, I got talent, you know what I'm saying? Why, you know what I'm saying? Why ain't on? Well, really, what music are you putting out? What like authenticity are you putting out, right? That's why it's dangerous sometimes to have the ghostwriter, right? Or to have beats that just came from somebody else's frequency and you like it, but you know, and people trying to tell you it's catchy, it's gonna get on. So just go ahead and put your bars over it, and you may be able to, you know, capitalize on it. But when you come out with your produced album, your beats, the things that you pick, now people can really receive you, right? Because you're in your authenticity. So again, that's why I said the composers of your music, man, what's going on with that frequency, right? Like if you don't understand this frequency shit, you putting your words or your expression over some other shit, right? That is not you, is not your sound, right? And so you could be talented all you want to, but if you not tapped into what your sound is and finding people that have the, you know, like I said, if you ones and nines and I'm sixes and sevens, I need to find me a 6 and 7 that can, you know what I'm saying, really gel and so I can get my sound out because it would kind of mimic the same, right? It wouldn't go against my grain. And a lot of times when we find out that this shit ain't real or somebody wrote something for somebody else, right? Then it's like, well, nigga, you know what I'm saying? Who are you then? Like I feel deceived, right? It's a deception. Like you're not my favorite artist, you know, this motherfucker Dio is, or whatever the case may be, right? Because who are you? So that's dangerous in a lot of ways of stealing somebody else's swag, right? And you can't really walk in it, in your authenticity. So I love that.
That shit. When you say you're not somebody maybe ones and nines, and you maybe sixes and sevens. One of my favorite movies is The Wiz. You know, the black adaptation of Wizard of Oz. So Miss One, like what I mean, and she had all the different numbers, and she was, just doing her thing with the numbers, and that movie just dropped so many just gems in that shit. But when she came and how she was spilling her spiel, like that, even the whole song, like
Yeah.
you know what I mean? It's just like, man, like how do you know? So because I think she said something to Dorothy that was dealing with, how she's receiving different numbers. Like, you know what I mean? I forgot what she said verbatim, but I'm gonna probably, I got to type back in. But
she did say sixes and sevens.
She said something. She said something close to that. Like,
yeah,
what I mean? It was just like when dealing with that, it's just like this is why it's so important for me, right? For me personally, just like what I got on my pendant that says I'm nothing and everything at the same time, because at the point in time when I say that I'm nothing, that correlates to the number zero, of course. So now, if and I know Fred said it earlier, or something similar to it. If I associate with the number zero, everything starts from that number. So it's just like, well, what can I not connect to? Like, you know what I mean? So it's always for me to have a level of understanding towards just like, okay, well, even though we don't gotta vibe, like, you know what I mean? We don't have to vibe, and that's one thing that I do understand. But one thing that I do understand is that I want to understand. Like, I don't even care to like, you know what I mean? As long as I understand where you're at, just like you said, Renee, earlier, like, let me read your chart, my nigga. Like, we finna find out what's popping. Like, you know what I mean? And as soon as that happens, I know how to gauge. So, just putting myself back at that zero space is a dope space, because now, I'm nothing. Like, and I tell and on a different type of time, I tell people this all the time. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I really don't exist. So sometimes I'm just a mirror image of what you are, and then I'm just giving you back the same energy and shit. So when it comes down to that type of time, I love being in the zero space, because I'm just an image. So when it comes down to now, but guess what? Because I'm the zero, watch me move into the six, right? Watch me move into this one, right?
Right.
Watch me move into this three. Watch me move into this seven. So my whole thing is just like, I can be in the zero because it's I'm nothing, but it's also I'm everything at the same time.
Yeah, but listen, well, so even though you said that, right, and we talked about multiplication and being in this loop, all right, how many ways is there to get into, or what are the steps to stepping into the six, right? It is 3 + 3, right? It is 1 + 5. It is 2 + 2 + 2. You know what I mean? And so even if you think that you're staying in a six, right, you encompass all of these different numbers, right? Whether it is, even if it's, we're talking about a six, well, you may be 9 is still within the six, right? Because now we're just doing the subtraction, right, of it to get to the root of the six. So no matter if you're stuck into a number, once you get, or you think that there, I could just stay into my ones and still get to 10, right? 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 1, right? I'm gonna still be able,
you lit right now.
Still vibe with the 10, right? And so that comes, that understanding is what I'm saying, is once you come to the knowledge of these numbers, the only thing that I would say that is to be dangerous with it is if you choose to stay in the pluses and minuses, because that's one dimensional. You got to get to the next level, which is duplication, right? Which is multiplication. That's that next level, right? Because as I think we were in another in our group chat, we were talking about that Terrence Howard was saying that the numbers were off, right? Of 1 + 0 + 1, or 0 × 1. Why is it still 0? Well, right. So you got to understand the next level of math. And now we're talking dimension, we're talking elevation from just addition. And that's a different frequency of understanding,
Right.
a different outlook. And if you stuck in arithmetic, which is the foundation, right? But that those next levels is a different frame of mind, and you're missing out on such a grand scale, because if you don't get to multiplication, you'll never understand geometry, you'll never understand trigonometry, you won't get to these higher levels of consciousness. So life can look bland, right? You can only feel
Right.
like, this is all that I have. Nah, man, listen. There's life past the nine, right? You know what I'm saying? There are doubles now. And now that we understand there's doubles, there are triples, there are gazillions. That becomes the infinity, right? That becomes the life. But if you stay in this, you see no future.
Yeah, see, that's to add to that, this is where I came up to and y'all know I be traveling this shit. So when I be traveling on the road, I be traveling for real, right?
Yeah, yeah.
This is where I came up with the number zero being the create being the original. I'm gonna just say original for the sake of this conversation.
Yeah.
And then correlating that to the cat that has 9 lives.
Mm.
Zero that is absolutely nothing. And then so you get 9 lives. Like, you know what I mean? And then they say the cat also lands on his feet. So even though the cat is zero from the gate, all of these 9 lives is a reflection of what this is. So the first life is one thing, but it reverts back to the zero. Second, reverts back to the zero. Everything reverts back to the zero. So that balance is always there to keep it on its feet, right? But then when it comes down to just to understanding how how the whole damn was kind of crazy to understand what the cat represents in this is just like, okay, if we look at the balance, right? Just like you were saying, like say like if we don't understand, like, okay, there's more to just what we do, right? So then we got 0 through 9, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then that's the first that's the zero level. And then okay, that was the first try, so then we get 11. Then
Ooh.
the second try of things would be going into 20s. The third try of things would be going into the 30s. You know what I mean? And so on and so forth. And so, but because we are eternal beings, then we have infinite tries of trying to get this shit done. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like when I look at numbers and I just look at the different the cycle again, because I like dealing with cycles because everything reverts back all the time. So 0 through 9, even though because in my mind the zero is a one, so that's still the first try, the 0 through the 9.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? And then you record it as the first try, then the second try. Well, 11 through 19. Okay, that didn't work. Nigga, 20 through 29. Like, you know what I mean? Okay, that was cool. Then 30, like, you know what I mean? So just these are all just different steps and different levels of us trying. And just like you said, if you can't get past the addition, if you can't get past the basic shit, are you going to advance for real? Like, like, so what does it look like? So it's just like, even though, and this is where I also say about the exception of who you are, just like sometimes you have to accept that, because if you don't, you're gonna, you either way it go, for the people who think about, and I had to say it just like this, I'm sorry, but even though the people who are afraid, because they're sometimes afraid to die, but it's just like, if you know that you're an infinite being and you know that numbers have no limit, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
then now that you understand, okay, well, if I'm the number zero, and the number zero is also equivalent to the number infinity, then all of this shit is just saying, okay, well, this try is this try, well, whatever is whatever. I'm accepting everything that's in my path or on my life path. I'm accepting all this shit,
Right.
right? So then it becomes a level of, well, this time I'm gonna do this, and if I fail, nigga, guess what? How many tries do I got?
Right.
I'm gonna accept all this shit, like, you know what I mean? And then when you start to accept it, you put yourself in a different space. It's just like, I'm just observing these things, because ultimately these things already happen. I'm just playing them out as far as the numbers, because again, 0 encompasses all things or all numbers.
Yeah.
So now I get to play these out. Number 1, that's a play. Number 2, that's a play. Number 999, a play.
Yeah, come on now, Woon. Exactly. So back to pure, with the numerology, right? And understanding your life path number. Once you come into it, you know that this is what's gonna happen, right? It may say in this life, under this name, right? You will this is what you're going to experience, right? So you got to respect the unexpected, right? Not expect the unexpected, respect.
Respect.
Respect the unexpected, right? And so they may say you may have a hard financial life, right? And some people are like, damn, so you mean I'm gonna be broke? No, that's not necessary. If that's what you wanna, the frequency that you want to tap into, or that's what you received, right? As far as that frequency, then yeah, then I guess that's what it's going to be. But a hard financial life could be like, nigga, you know what I'm saying? I became a millionaire 6 or 7 times, or like, you know what I'm saying? I struggled with balancing this money, right? But it didn't mean that you was going to be broke, right? You're going to have, it's always going to be like money's just going to be a main part of your life, right? But it doesn't mean the struggle doesn't mean deficient, you know what I mean? And so it's like we got to become not afraid of knowing. When you just you get to, like you said, play it out. Okay, cool. If you know that when you get to work today, everybody's gonna be pissed off, right? Now you're gonna have a choice. Are you gonna tap into that energy? Or are you gonna come in like the light, like, you know what I'm saying? How you doing? How you doing? Are y'all mad at man? Listen, I'm having a fantastic day. It's still, you know it, but now how are you going to play it out?
Electric slide. Hey, you know, and when I say electric slide, it's just asking people that energy. Like, let me slide this shit your way real quick.
Right. You know what I'm saying? But then you get the opportunity though to shine light, right? Into this negative, energy. But if you don't know it and you walk into it, now you fucking tripped out, you know what I'm saying, angry, and you matching the energy that's in there because you didn't know. So you gotta, like, my people perish for the lack of knowledge.
I call that.
That's a bar for me. Like I keep that.
Bar right there.
Yeah.
I call that God mode. I remember me and Woon was talking about this a couple years back when I used to work at this. It was like a packaging spot, but it was mobile, and I used to sit in front of Sam's Club. I used to have to go into Sam's Club to get all the produce and stuff to package it up. And I used to deal with this lady because sometimes we went through this service. She had to like pick the order herself, but she also was picking other Sam's Club orders and stuff. Anyway, she was a 6 one day, a 7 the next day, a 9. It's like she was all over the place. You know what I'm saying? And like you were saying, just gaining the knowledge. It's like the more mathematical equations you can add to your belt, when you come in contact with that number again in a certain situation, you know how to deal with that situation. And that's why I call it God mode, because you could choose, okay, I'm about to go in here with this type of energy today because I'm fucking shit up. Yeah, right. Or you could be like, hey, I'm finna chill out and let everybody else breathe today. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And it was a situation where I had walked in and she was having one of them days where, and I, like, at the time I wasn't trying to pull my order because it was hella big. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, I want her to pull the order. You know what I'm saying? So I went inside and she was having one of them days where it was like, damn, I might have to pull this order type. You know what I'm saying? But I had played into just her personality, me knowing her and dealing with her. You know what I'm saying? I had played into making her feel good. You know what I'm saying? Which ended up leading to her picking my order. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like, it's little things like that where it's like you can look at everything literally like an equation, and the more equations you can, you feel me, figure out and solve, when that shit actually tries to test you in a sense, you like, oh, nigga, 3 plus 2 you real quick already, you know what I'm saying? Or if you try to block that, let me hit you with this 4 plus 1 real quick, you know. And so you kind of already know how to maneuver.
Exactly. So that's why I said, what's that sound? If you tap into numerology, especially with a name or something like that, right? If somebody say, "What's your name?" and I'm like, "Love," right? Now you got to do the math in your head, and then you can instantly be like, you know what? So you this and you that, and you like, how you know? It's like you tapped into the quote unquote secret or the sacred information. Now I know how to deal with you. That, like I said, that's not manipulation. I think people view manipulation can be good and it can be bad, right?
Right.
It's how you use it. If you got a knot in your neck, you need somebody to manipulate your muscles to, you know what I'm saying, to get that shit out, right? That's what it's called.
Man, I need some of that right now.
just to say it like that, you know, because ultimately we're talking about a formula, right? Mm-hmm. So the formula would ultimately be, you know, the formulation of how things is moving. So if you can understand that formula, you can, you know, you can formulate anything that you want to do in order to have the alchemy to switch the energy in which is taking place. Like, you know what I mean? So formulating something is just like, man, look, I'm gonna take this right here. We're gonna take this over here. Oh, that nigga tripping over here. Bring him over here too. And then we got this, like, you know what I mean? So then you get the formula. Okay, I got the dude tripping. I got this motherfucker chill. I got this person doing this. And then when you form it, so now you're literally forming this shit, like, you know what I mean, to work into everybody, like just like what Self was saying, like, you know, you're gonna make it work into everybody's favor, like, you know what I mean, to where it's just like, I'm gonna make this shit work. And I hate to say it like this because I don't want to be cocky, but ultimately, as an alchemist, you make things work for you. Yeah. But things work for everybody is making things work for you. So going to what you said, Benet, with the manipulation part, it's not that you're taking advantage of a person, you're taking advantage of the situation.
Right.
Like, control that. You have the alchemy, or as an alchemist, you have the power to manipulate the energy that's around you, because if you have the sight to see, then that means, again, like, you're formulating, okay, well, what's popping? You're getting all this energy, you put it in the gumbo pot, like, nigga, I'm gonna watch what I'm gonna cook, nigga. Don't worry about it. Don't, nigga, she tripping. Don't worry about her. Yeah. I'm cooking, son. Like, hey, but when it's time for everybody to eat, you just dishing out plates, like, you know what I mean? And then it's up, but like, the shit is so lit, just knowing the formulas and having the ideas, or having the mind to just formulate. But sometimes people don't tap into that energy for whatever reason, and I don't fault those people for doing that, because sometimes, you know, they need certain things to be revealed to see what the formula is. Like, you know what I mean? Like, a 19-year-old Woon wouldn't be having this conversation with you right now. I was a little bit more turned up, like, you know what I mean? So I was more active than I was observant. You know what I mean? Like, so sometimes I was still observing, but it's just like, all right, I need to get, because you got to figure it out. How you gonna understand what the equation look like if you're not participating actively and shit, right? So it's just like, all right, now that you observed enough and participated enough, you marry those two worlds, then you become the creator. Participation, observation.
That part.
So that's what I was getting ready to say.
Of the whole situation, it's just like, man, I can build worlds. I'm God, nigga.
Exactly.
Because you're under, bruh.
Dude, I was getting ready to say that, right? Because again, manipulating matter, you are creating, right? And so if we take it to, you know, again, my roots is in biblical, but I've evolved, right, in an alchemy way. You understand now the even if, then that's why I say I fuck with the idea of the fish story, right? The loaves and fishes being a literal thing, is because if you understand the matter or the frequency, I can manipulate this, right? I can. So it is an infinite supply of this bread and this fish, because when I look down to it at its core, I can see what it is. It's to y'all, it is loaf and fish. But nigga, this is a 6 and this is a 7, right? You know what I'm saying? And so I'm gonna just tap into that and keep feeding into that. And I know how to manipulate it to where it is gonna be infinite, right? And so this is the part. Know yourself as God. You gotta get in tap with the energy, with the vibration. The Bible says that you speak to the wind, right? And tell it to stop. Well, if you're going to speak to it, you got to tap into the frequency of it. And like you said, Josh, that's that God mode. Once you get into this, it isn't, again, that manipulation is creation. That's the only way that creation happens is with manipulation.
That's God.
Right?
That's God.
So you're in your God energy, but this is why somebody's bad perceived bad of, okay, I understand the secrets of this shit, so I'm gonna manipulate this. Fuck everybody else. It's really for my good or for the ultimate power, right? Or there's ones that understand the alchemy of that creation and say, I know how to do this within harmony for the good of all. You know what I mean? So that's why in all of these stories, we have the villain and we have, you know, the other person, and why it's dangerous to have this knowledge fall into the wrong hands because it's self-destructive. You know what I mean? People think that it is for themselves, right? That's a manipulation of the manipulation, right? It's a perversion of the manipulation because you don't understand really what you're doing by trying to absorb all this power for yourself. Well, eventually it's going to implode, including you. You know what I mean? So that was just a dope ass, you know, connection that we're kind of bringing it full circle.
And that reminds me of
I promise y'all, this conversation is lit.
It's so lit right now, yo. I'm up.
Yeah,
I'm for surely up.
Manipulation is
About
creation.
shit.
That's a bar.
You know what I'm saying? But that shit had me thinking about hydrogen, like on the periodic table, like all the kind of going back to what you were saying, Woon, like understanding the chemistry allows you to be an alchemist. You know what I'm saying? Like you start to then utilize the understanding that you have about these different elements and put them together to make certain shit. You know what I'm saying? Now, when you think about the periodic table, each element after hydrogen, it always wants to break itself back down into hydrogen. You know what I'm saying? And that shit just, so I'm thinking, that shit got me thinking about like all these like, so the atoms and shit, right? Like how does an atom become unstable?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like what throws an atom off, and it's the not having the balance or not having that counterpart. Like if it's 2 electrons, it got to be 2 protons. Like if it's 1 proton, that shit out of balance, depending on what we talking about.
Right.
And that's them different.
That part.
You know what I'm saying? If we talking about, well, the frequency of a bear is going to be different than the frequency of a fish. So the atom structure of that animal is going to be a different type of balance, you know, to create that shape. That shit's crazy, bro. And I'm that, like, just on that, like, I can connect the numbers a lot to nature and how, because at the end of the day, it's literally the building blocks of the universe, for real.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So just by default, if you can understand or have an understanding of how to utilize it, what's it for, how to manipulate it, then you it.
You know what I'm saying? Like how you said it, God mode, like nigga.
God mode.
Facts.
Hey,
like,
man, hashtag God mode. We got to do that.
Man. Right.
That's the movement, man. Hashtag God mode is the movement.
Bring that shit back, man. It's so much power in that. Like the ability to be able to size up a situation and act accordingly in that manner.
Come on, Pierre.
That's what God mode for real. That's real God mode right there.
Thanks.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And you can manipulate it however you want to, like Benet was saying, like for the good or for the greater worse or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's all predicated upon the scientists or the alchemists,
right,
and the intention behind what it is that you're trying to convey.
Right, right. And then it's just like when you said self about the water, right? That's something that we know what it is, but we cannot create it.
Nope.
We
That
cannot
foundation,
create it.
literally.
Like
right.
that
That's a
to
fact.
me is just that is a whole nother level of like, alchemy in that sense of like, somebody I know is gonna figure it out, right? You know what I mean? In some form of fashion, right? And that's like why I like the these kind of conversations or the alchemy of it because um and I would love to be in some like find an alchemy chamber because y'all probably won't see me no more because they'll be like, what happened to me, man? I cloaked on and everything and grinding and doing all that hair unkept, everything like damn, where you been? You know what I'm saying? But it's like is what and the question, like you said, you up, right? Why is that? You know what I mean? Is because now we're talking about life source. This is life source. This is the energy. This is the number. We're all in this. This was the appropriate frequency for us to all blend in, to gel in together, right? And to have this expression, right? To really, even though we're all different numbers, when I broke it down to you in the beginning, it's still a balance, right? So when we start putting down this soup of the 6, the 7, the 1, and the 3, you know what I'm saying? I see the 13, from it, but really it's a 4, or you could break it down to, so many different ways depending upon which way you want to go. 31 or 13, right? Or separate them. It still is a balance, right? 4 is balance. There's 4 of us, right? The 1 and the 3 is the 4. So there is a balance there. It's nothing but duplication of the energy, right? And when you look at the duplication of the energy, it is a duplication of energy is singular of one energy, right? When you break it down. So we are in the same energy right now. And that's why we're able to kind of, bounce off of each other and just really be in this zone, even though we're different numbers, right? So
that's a fact.
Hey, Fred, what astrological sign are you?
I'm a Taurus.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, because I
Earth sign.
For a quick second, I was thinking that we was dealing with all 4 elements, but you're the same Earth sign as Benet.
Yeah, okay. Y'all know your moon sign?
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Mine's is Capricorn.
Oh, okay. So that's why we gel. Okay, cool.
That's crazy. So you're double Earth signs and shit.
Absolutely.
Well, see, mine is Cancer, so that's water energy and Earth, right? So, do you guys know Self or Woon? What your moon sign is?
Cancer.
Oh, you're a Cancer.
Yeah.
So look at that. Hold on. He can relate to me. I can relate to you because I'm Cancer moon. So what are you, Josh? Do you know?
Pisces.
Water.
Yeah, water. So then I can relate to you too, right? So we got earth and water. Like this is crazy. On top of that, that's what I'm saying. When you start like really looking at these elements, we like you can break that down, and there's more than to just your sun sign and moon sign. You got different, different houses, different things, Yeah. So whatever the math is, you know what I'm saying, it's vibing like a motherfucker though. So it's balanced.
That's it. Again, man, just like because somebody was supposed to have pulled up, and I don't want to speak his name because I don't want to throw off the energy, but it was kind of like in the numbers for him not to pull up so we can have this type of conversation and shit. Like,
right.
Because in my mind, and I had to say this just like this, in my mind, we wasn't going to produce a show like this, like we're having right now, with energy, with I hate to say it like this, but an outside energy, like, you know what I mean?
Exactly. Right. And so again, as I say, man, listen, you know what I'm saying? The God's always on time, right? You know what I mean? So we may have an expectation of what it is, right? In my mind, I had I was prepared, you know what I mean, for the outside energy. But it's smooth energy, right? You know what I mean? It's energy that's building, that is fluent, that is moving, right? It doesn't have a different kind of energy, you know what I mean? And that's important. So again, down to the timing, the gods is all aligned, right? This was how it was supposed to be, you know. And we wouldn't have had that conversation. It would have went uh it would have had what did you say, Self? The sixes and sevens and nines are the ones, and the
right.
downs. And that, and you know what, and I'm grateful for that energy, because what that does is we have to be prepared for the chaos, right? If you understand numbers, we doing smooth, right? But how do you get like an ADHD person, you know what I'm saying, to focus, right? Do you go into their energy and now you know match that frequency, or do you bring that down and say, okay, this is how we're going to control that energy, and you got to be able to not get sucked into it, you know? So that's a practice for me.
That's
I
that
got a
God mode.
question.
I
got a question.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, it's kind of along the lines of what Goddess Divine asked. She said, do y'all think that frequencies are the sound of atoms?
Atoms, yeah, I was going to get to that for sure.
And then, so like my question is, like, I would say, yeah.
Yes.
Definitely.
And then thinking about the sun, right? And how we're leaving the Pisces age going into Aquarius.
Ooh.
Being that the sun is changing along with the frequency. That's why we're, you know what I mean? Like everything's synonymous. So being that the sun is now raining down on us these higher frequencies, I don't want to say newer frequencies, but just higher frequencies to elevate. You know what I mean? Like we're it's a transfer of energy. We elevate, and everything is elevating right now.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you think? What do you think about the numbers when it comes to that? Do you think like we're getting a new variation of patterns or sequences to be able to raise the frequency, or you get what I'm saying? Like
yeah, no, you're absolutely correct on that. And I know that we can't throw around the word new like that, right? So I understand what you're saying.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because of course we're talking about the sun. There's nothing new under the sun. Since you just said it,
right.
That's frequent. We in here, bro. We in here.
You locked in too. So there's nothing new under the sun, right? So then, but when we talk about time and space, because we have to put that into the formula or the equation of
definitely
what we're talking about in terms of the space and being and that we're existing in right now. So to answer your question, with that being stated, it's just like hell yeah. It's just like, you know what I mean? Just like how we come from the number 0, and then all of these different numbers are added to that, or or introduced, right? So it's just like, okay, well, if we know, again, now that we know that the 0 encompasses all numbers, but we still would like to have that 1. We still would like to have that 2. We still like to entertain the thought of a 3, 4, 5. We still love the 6, 7, and the 8, and then we adore the 9. So, when it comes down to, just receiving those different frequencies that come from that 0 or the sun, it's just like, hell yeah. Like, you know what I mean? Like, give us some different shit that, you know what I mean, that's going to, give us a different formula that's going to keep this going, right?
Right.
And I know this is, I know that you have the ideology, and I loved it how you put it, because it only makes sense to when we're talking about the spiral of things, right? Because because we can say that we're continuously going in the same circle, but the conversation that we had that you was talking about was that there was a lip or a bump that comes around, so you're not just doing a circle. Whenever you come back around, boom, it goes up. Boom, it goes up. Then that turns into a spiral, and it spirals out. So ultimately, what you're asking right now is it's just like that bump that you're talking about with the sun. It's giving us that bump right now, like you know what I mean, which is necessary for the evolution to come to push us in to the Aquarian stage, like you know what I mean. So ultimately, so that's where it comes down into. So it's just like hell yeah, like you know what I mean. Like we don't need the bump, but and when I say we don't need it, I'm just saying for the people who are on a specific type of frequency. But but I think that for the people who already see the bump coming, we like nigga that bump gonna come, like you know what I mean.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
For the people who are either choosing to ignore that the bump is going to come or just totally oblivious to it, we gonna get an opportunity to see them feel the bump. Like you know what I mean? We gonna be like, oh, why did it's just like riding a fucking roller coaster. Like if we've been at Great America 1,000 times and somebody who's never been, like you know what I mean? And we like, hey, you ready for this part right here? This shit gonna go up. Put your hands up, niggas. It's gonna be lit.
Right.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So I think it's just in that fashion, it's just like we're just getting that bump that's coming. That's just going to bump us from the Piscean stage to the Aquarian stage, and I think that shit is definitely she said braces.
Yeah, no, but no, but it is funny. So for real, Woon, that you just tapped into something. And I would encourage everybody, like when I tell you get into this numerology, it will help you like with just life, right? It'll really let you know what's coming and what to expect, not just on your birthday, right? Or your numerology chart, understanding what numbers represent, right? We're in the 2022, right? So we're in the 22. That's a master number, right? And it talks about being in harmony, right? It also is a manifestation number. It's a number of, sowing seeds for the future, right? And so some people this year was definitely a hard year, but towards the end of it, we just got out of November. So what were you harvesting, right? What did you get from the harvest season? If it wasn't what you really wanted, that was made plain to you if you paying attention, right? If you said, nigga, you know what I'm saying, I only got like 2 carrots, a couple of peas, like, you know what I'm saying, the gophers got to my shit, you know what I'm saying? Then if that happens, right, and you say, okay, now I have to make change for something else. Well, the number 23 is also a master number, and we're going into 2023, which is full of, some positives and negatives. Positives, manifestations, miracles, success. It's really a number to be that bumped up, like it's new levels. It's just it's so going to be lit, right? But on the downside of it, it is going to show you really where you are. It's going to expose your insecurities, your fears. It's going to show you you're not living the life that you're supposed to be living, right? It's so if you're not tapped in, my grandma used to say, there's 2 ways that you're going to get something done. You're going to go through this door willingly, or you're going to get drugged through the keyhole, but you're going through this motherfucking door, right? So in the year 2022, we still got a couple of days left, right? I would encourage people to really sit down and really assess, right? Really understand the energy that you've been in this year, the last couple of years. Did you manifest what you wanted? What seeds were you feeding yourself? What were you planting, right? Fear, We just came out of COVID. Every chance we get, there's fucking monkeypox, COVID, RSV, flu and COVID together. All of these things, inflation, money. So we're under this stress, and I understand it. But if you really like elevate and look at it, it was the breaking up what we needed to elevate, right? We needed this shit to crack and fall and put us on our asses, right? To put us, draw us some attention to where we've been living, what we've been doing, what's what, right? And so if you're paying attention, you would take this winter solstice time, right, that we're currently in, and pull this shit together so that in your 2023, right, it is full of the life that you want. Because if you don't, shit, it's gonna be a rough 2023 for your ass though, until you decide to tap into the energy, the positive energy of that 23. And it's a master number, meaning the moment that you tap into this shit and really get serious, you went from, a negative 23 to the most positive, right? That's that instant fame shit. That's that, oh, nigga, I bought a lottery ticket this year and I'm a billionaire, like somebody did in California, right? Somebody was a billionaire, right? Off of $1 or whatever they spent. That's the kind of energy we getting ready to tap into. Either you're going to be hella broke or you're going to see some crazy ass things happen right now. So pay attention to the year. I'm tapping into the upside. Like I didn't have to, like I know better.
Yeah, it's right. And just on some different type of time, because at a certain when it's for me, and I have to go into this type of math and shit, right?
Hold on, did you see? She said that would it be a 7-year? Exactly.
I was gonna say that.
Dude. Exactly. Come on, man. And what
that
does
7 keep popping up, man? That 7 keep popping up, man.
We're going into the year of the 7 means, being the generator and also being, going into those inner thoughts in manifestation. That's what we're going into. That's that God number. We're going into God mode. It's time to, you know what I'm saying, really reap the manifestation of God. So you got to have some sort of numbers or direction for yourself so you can know where you're going, because it's time.
Exactly. Right. So go ahead, Woon. I'm just sorry. I just seen that and I'm like, that was perfect.
Hey, everything is lit right now. If you interrupt me, I'm like, yep, it's lit. That's why
it's lit, baby.
Hey, I wanted to say something too, like to answer self question as well. Like, I feel like the powers that may be are in position so that we can rise into this new creation of ourselves.
I was gonna get into that. Thank you.
Exactly.
Everything.
100%. That shit. Yeah, 100%, man. Like they're in. I feel like we are them, they are us, and we put those people in that position so that we can create this new form of a new avatar. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like creating a new avatar. And I don't know if like technology and AI got something to do, like, if that plays a part into the new form of an avatar, because it's a double-edged sword when it comes to
transferring consciousness. That shit.
It gets tricky when you get to dealing with that, but that same technology is the same technology that we've been using forever.
Exactly.
That's just not
it's hella crazy. I swear you intercepted my whole my whole energy, because I swear I was going to get straight into that. And it was just like, all right, let me.
It's lit.
It's lit, like, you know what I mean? But actually, I interrupted because you didn't get an opportunity to answer that question. However, that's what I was going to get into, because I was just now, and just like I was finna say, just like, I've been saying for a minute, it's just like, you tokened it as the powers that be, but I'm gonna be a little bit more direct, and I'm gonna say what they call the government or the controlling of the minds and shit, right? So when we talk about that, when I stop, that's what I was going to say. So just like when I stopped fucking with the Bible or religion in this, or the Bible, I'm gonna just say the Bible in a certain sense, and then I had to get back on my own shit. And then when I started reading certain scriptures again, I was like, nigga, this shit is genius. So then when I took myself, I'm just like, nigga, fuck TV, fuck the news, fuck just the government and as a governmental body, whatever's whatever. And then I started laughing. I started seeing what they was doing, and I'm laughing at the shit.
Yeah.
But because I'm laughing means I understand the tactics, right?
Right.
So then when I start understanding the tactics, I'm like, niggas need these shits.
They do. They do, because they don't want to be held responsible for that, for thinking, right? They want to have somebody else to blame.
So it's just like, then when you start looking at the tactics that they do, and you be like, okay, yeah, I see you niggas, like, you know what I mean? What would you do in this position? Right? Why are the elect? Why are they elected? Just like you just now said, Pure, like, maybe we elected we put these niggas in position,
right,
in order to get a certain outcome of the shit, right? So then when you look at it from that position, and it's hard to look at it from that position, right?
Yeah.
I would, just like I said earlier, a 19-year-old Woon wouldn't say government is lit. I would say that, like, you know what I mean? But at this point in time, it's just like when you have an understanding of self, it's just like, I don't even like the game that people play, right? It's just like, okay, at this point in time, now I am the creator of this shit, right? So when you look at it from that standpoint, as a creator, you would have to look at them as a creator. Well, why are you guys creating these things the way that it is? What does this shit look like for real? What's the math behind this shit, right?
Yeah.
So when you look at it from that level, it's just like, the government is supposed to serve the people, right?
Right.
Then in the participation stage, does the government serve the people? No. When you look at it from the observation stage, does the government serve the people?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
But it's free choice, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Like, and this is the comments. I'm talking to the gods right now, right?
Yeah.
So the free choice. This is similar to Kanye saying that slavery was a choice. So the free choice is this. What do you want to? And I swear to you, Fred, when you said that the other day, I was really in my bag thinking about this shit, right? So the conversation to me from the government becomes, what you gonna do, right? So then that what you gonna do becomes, in a smaller but bigger fraction, who are you?
Come on now. That's a bar right there.
You know the answer to this shit. I am.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
So then when it comes down to that, it's just like, okay, so you niggas is only fucking with the minds of the niggas who don't know I am.
Oh yeah.
You niggas is showing up to destroy.
Yeah.
Right.
You understand what I'm trying to say?
Exactly.
So, and I always realize that there's a left wing and there's a right wing, right? But but when it comes down to how you peep the game, it's just like, well, they do give niggas the truth if you really looking.
Look for it.
They don't hide shit.
Yeah.
They got this thing called the media that put everything in your face. How you see things is how you're going to react.
Right.
So my question is, just like I said, who are you? Like, you know what I mean? So what you gonna do? So we went through, and when I say we, I'm just saying as a consciousness, went through the fighting stages of we gotta fight the power. Like, you know what I mean? So that shit was cool. But then
I had to stop, bruh.
Yeah, so right now it's just like, why do we need to fight the power when we are the power?
Exactly.
No disrespect to the OGs, no disrespect to Public Enemy Flavor, nobody like that.
Right.
But where we're at right now, it's just like we don't need to fight the power. We are the power. And why do we even need to fight?
Exactly.
So if I peep the game, if I have the opportunity and the experience and the observation to peep the game, it's just like, man, I see what y'all doing. I see it. And you lightweight gotta give niggas props. Like, you know what I mean? Cause it's just like the statement that Kanye said that people couldn't even comprehend when he said, hey, I see some dope shit in Hitler. Right?
Right.
This is similar to people saying, hey, nigga, I'll vote. Like, what? Even though I'm not on that type of time because I am the governing body. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Right.
So when it comes down to that, I am the government. I is lit. But when it comes down to seeing, you know, okay, well, if I got a certain amount of people that don't know what to do, well, I'm gonna give them something to do.
Exactly.
This is the army. This is jail. This is school. This is work. This is all of these different things to where if we got because what are you gonna do if you don't know what to do?
Exactly.
Right.
You're gonna lean on somebody, right? Lean to someone else's understanding because you don't have an understanding.
Right. So even religion, now I left that out, but what are you gonna do if you don't know what to do? So it's just like I understand the game, and then my motto for a while has been when shit stops making sense, shit should start making sense.
Exactly.
So if you're blindly following somebody and when that light come on because you like, nigga, you're not leading us anywhere.
Yeah. Right.
Your light is off. Like, you know, where are we going? I can't see. Your light is off.
Right. Exactly.
So as soon as that light come on, be like, oh, nigga, we going that way? Oh, no, we're not. Nigga,
right. Like, nigga, how many times have we been past this liquor store? Nigga, you know what I'm saying? Like,
man.
You know what I'm saying? It's the same way, right?
So you talk about niggas spinning the block. The government spins the block.
Oh yeah.
Man, what?
And these niggas secretly like the government spinning the block. Like, you know what I'm saying? They be loving this shit, bro. Because if they didn't, like you said, this shit can all be done with tomorrow, nigga. If niggas so chose to, you know what I'm saying?
Man, that's the truth right there. Like, even when people like go to work, they be like, man, I hate work, man. I gotta go back to work again and shit. And then you tell them, look, why don't you quit then? Why don't you, start your own shit? Well, I got bills and
right.
Yeah, exactly.
I do. I mean, the job is not that bad. Like,
right.
But you just said you don't like it, nigga.
You don't like it though.
Yeah.
A lot of them, like, I mean, it's a lot of people like that. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I don't mess with none of the presidents, but you finna go vote. Like, okay, wait, something not what's going on. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like that they're drawn to it. It's almost like the illusion of free will or free choice. You know what I'm saying?
That part.
You know what I'm saying? Like they trick theyself into thinking I have to do this to pay for the bills and to make sure I got lights and all this extra shit. You know what I'm saying? Which is by default keeping them stuck in the loop.
Right.
In prison.
You know?
Man.
Exactly. And I hate to say prison, but in that sense, it's just like if you're and I know we talked about this the other day, so because this shit just now hit me and shit too, speaking about the government. But it's just like if you're buying what they're selling you, right? You get trapped into that sale.
Energy.
And then you get trapped into that sale.
Right. Come on now. That was a bar right there.
That was a bar.
So for the people in the back, SALE, right, equals
I'm gonna say it again.
Yikes.
You're buying what they're selling you freely. You're freely buying into this shit. They're selling you something. So when you get trapped into that sale, you get trapped into that sale. You're a prisoner. You're not free.
Lock up, won't let me out.
So when it comes down to the level of the Shawshank Redemption, anybody who's seen that movie,
talk to him.
You have the opportunity to break yourself loose.
Exactly.
The movie Life, you have the opportunity to say, you want to know what? I'm going to create Ray's Boom Boom Room.
Yes.
You have the opportunity to alchemize this energy, which is you.
Exactly.
And until you figure that part out, they won't let me out.
Right? But again, back to the numerology. This is not a secret, but those that tap into it, like I said, you posed the question, you were able to see, Woon, that, okay, we got the Geminis and the Sagittarius is in here, right? But, and you thought about it, but it was still the alchemy of hiring, right? Of the numerology that's tied behind it, right? So that is a form of manipulation and control, right? I want these kind of people to be working for me, right? So again, if you don't know thyself, you would think that you need the boob or the titty of the government to feed you, right? And clothe you and all of those things, right? And you sit around and say, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with my life. You know what I'm saying? I'll try this and I'll try that. Pull your numerology point thing, right? And see. No, you were supposed to be a teacher, or you were supposed to be a coach, or something in that kind of realm. And most people have done that, even in high school. I don't know if you guys remember doing, yes, I did say the government titty, right? You know what I'm saying? The mother government.
We rocking.
Right. But I don't know if you guys had that where they gave you like a aptitude test, right? What were you more aptitude to do in life, right?
Right.
That was hidden in plain sight and you seen it, but you didn't believe it because you didn't see it within yourself, right? Or you thought, being a teacher was going to be bad, or you thought that, okay, so I'm going to get into law enforcement. I can't fucking stand the police. Well, law enforcement could be anything, right? That means a lawyer too, right? That doesn't mean the police. Like, you got to understand. So once you know yourself and you see that, okay, I am supposed to do this, there's a sacrifice that's made, right? Of breaking out of this system, right? Or a sacrifice of reaping what you sow, right? You get your ass out in the field and tend to your dirt, right? It's hot. You don't have to deal with the worms and deal with all this shit, right? But at the end, at your harvest, right? This is what you like. You can't wait to plant them seeds again once you gather it, right? So right. You that is the freedom. Once you know yourself, all right, so you mean to tell me you're not gonna bet on you? You're gonna leave it up to them? Like, to tell you that this is what you're supposed to be? Yeah, you got an athletic ability, but is that what you were supposed to be? Right? You know what I mean? And so it's like, it makes me so sad, right? I've been an entrepreneur for a long time.
Don't be emotional. We ain't gonna get emotional.
You know what I'm saying? Tears. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna tell you guys a quick story, right? And I was gonna wait to kind of share it, but you know how that goes. Somebody I know posted about something about they were ready to commit suicide this over the weekend. And you know, he got a lot of like tears, you know, like the little the emotion emojis and you know all of that, right? And a couple of like, hang in, bro, I'm sending you, you know, energy, right? I know him, but I don't know him. You know what I mean? And I inboxed him and said, you know, I'm gonna call you, you know what I'm saying? And he's like, you know what I'm saying, I didn't expect you to reach out to me, like, you know what I'm saying, trust me, you know what I'm saying, I like, I'm good, basically, right? Try to run from this. Nigga,
Right.
I called him, you know what I'm saying? In Messenger, you can call, right? So I called him. He didn't answer. Then he called me right back. And I'm like, so what's going on? You know what I'm saying? And I talked to him for like 4 hours.
Mm.
And
light bill was due.
huh?
I said his light bill was due. I'm gonna mute
Well,
myself.
shut up. No. So, but no, this for real. You know, he was crying, very emotional. He's like, man, I didn't do this. This was my suicide note, right? You know, he wrote it out, right? And he said I had every intention, right? You know, to do it. And he said, B, you saw the message. I had already attempted it and I was unsuccessful, right? So earlier that day, I saw a figure of like somebody hanging, right? And there's this song by Stevie Wonder. It's called Love is in Need of Love Today. My name is Love, right? And so it resonated with me in that sense, right? There's sometimes where I'm always the giver, right? But you know what I'm saying? Who's reciprocating that love to me, right? People don't think that love needs love. You know what I mean? Right?
Yeah.
They're just expecting it or wanting to give it, right? And I just sit in love energy, like, damn, you know what I'm saying? Like, I hope whoever that is, like, I just send, you know, love energy out. So when I told him about this, and I said, I don't know if it was you or not, but this was this I saw somebody try to hang themselves with this dark like something thick. It was like dark though. He was like, it was a curtain and it was dark gray. And I was just like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that was something that I sent you energy. You were in need of love in that moment, right? And you know, he's crying and he's like, Benet, like I didn't expect for you to call, right? But your words make me want to live. You know what I'm saying, right? And it hit me, you know what I mean? Like, even me being an entrepreneur, serial entrepreneur, I have my own business. I've been doing what I feel like I should be doing, right? And when we've had this kind of conversation, right, is me tapping into my true purpose, which is teaching, right? I do that as a profession, but not spiritually.
Right.
And
well, we don't want to say not, but I understand what you're trying to say. Go ahead.
yeah, right. You know what I'm saying? I've been in my career bag more than my spiritual bag as far as going to this next level.
Right.
And so I've shouted both of you guys out, right? You know, like to Free Your Mind podcast, I would not speak. I would be listening to things, but I wouldn't get on and speak. And this year for me was a year that I needed to recognize I'm at a master level. I was trying to be, you know, not boastful, right? So this is where it comes into a play of having a certain amount of like, I amness, right? Going to your crown chakra, right? And why it's imperative that you get to know your life's purpose. Well, one of my life's past purpose is coaching. It's being a spiritual teacher. So this whole year being on the podcast and on other people's podcasts and talking to people, they're just like, yo, B, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got some shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you really need to get out there, right? So that's what I'm going to be doing in 2023. But that shit is scary to do, to leave my, you know, 9 to 5 that I make great money with. Now people start to wonder, or I was wondering, like, dang, how am I going to keep this particular lifestyle up. But then I remembered, seek first the kingdom and all this other shit will be added unto you, right? Right. If I get into the alchemy of who I'm supposed to be, I can manipulate this, that, and the third. I'm good, right? And so situations happened this year that made me think about, oh God, okay, the mortgage industry, they're laying people off, rates are this, that, and the third. That's the industry that I'm in, right? Well, it's perfect segue into what I'm supposed to be doing, which is teaching people like you have a purpose to live, right? Like, what's that inner shit? Getting onto your God level. So this is how you exit out the system, right? If you fucking hate your job, people are committing suicide over they're getting ready to lose their house, or they don't have the credit card that they have. Their credit score went from a 730 to a 420. Who gives a fuck, right? That is not your life, right? You don't get off the government titty, right? Get off the corporate titty, right? And do that. So I just shared that story just so that, be encouraged. Like, if you wanted to do some shit, the time is now, right? You are going to make it. You know why? Because you put your energy into it. You tapped into your God shit and say, you know what? I'm gonna tend to this dirt. My needs will be supplied, right? I am God, right? It's already done. But until you do that, you're gonna be off balance. You're gonna have turmoil. You know what I mean? And so with Woon's assistance and with you too, Josh, right, and allowing me to be on the platform, but me and Woon talked about a lot of things. And he like, B, you're gonna have to get into that crown chakra. You're gonna have to own that shit. And that's for some people, even myself, that is a hard place to really get into. But I'm going to do it, right? And I got to help people get there. So that's what makes me sad to see when people almost leave this earth, right? Thinking that this is all their life was ever supposed to be in this lifetime, right? And we understand the as you said, right, the 0, the new chance, the 1 or the 2 level or the 3.
Right.
But if I can, or if we can come together, if we decide collectively or individually to really get off this system, hey man, all this shit that we worrying about, the money gonna come. That ain't shit. You could create that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you're just missing out. So I'm just saying, just go ahead and do that leap of faith, right?
That's what he was literally talking. Me and this nigga Pierre was literally talking about this.
I swear.
Last weekend. Everything I love. That's why I'm just like, damn, this is confirmation. Like, you literally just brought the confirmation, because we was talking about it. So to hear you bring it back up again, it's like, okay, this that confirmation.
That was powerful, and I definitely commend you and salute you for doing what you do, and like know that you aren't trying to do something. You actually are doing it. This is the motion of it happening right now. You know, stepping into that light and making that initiation into who you know you are. You already know who you are. I know who I am. Self know who. Like, we know who we are. So like going into that year 7, that 7, right? It's like, this is the time. This is the time. Like, we got to be generating our own. I am the currency.
Yeah.
Straight up. I am the currency.
Exactly.
What?
Hey, on some real type of time, I was just talking to the chick and shit. She was like, "Oh, what do you want?" Something about some money shit. And I'm like, "Motherfucker, I am the bag. Like, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Like, I'm the bag. Like, I don't give a fuck about no material list. I don't care about none of that. I'm the bag. Like, you know what I mean? But when it comes down to, just going back to what you were saying, Benet, just stepping outside of, what we think we are. And that's the thing. Sometimes we tap into what we think we are, or what we think we should be doing. And the graduation becomes, again, I'm not none of this shit.
Right. Right.
Or I'm all of this shit. Like,
yeah.
You know what I mean? So I wish that it could be a situation to where we could teach this, right? But no matter how much we want to express and share this level of freedom, we cannot relay this message to somebody who's not free.
Exactly. Right.
Right.
And I think I have a special gifting in that, and that's why I say that.
No, definitely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Free Your Mind podcast is based on, that ideology,
Yeah.
right?
Absolutely.
So I understand what you're saying fully, but what I'm ultimately saying is that sometimes the level of freedom is to do what you think is best for your situation, right? And so, and I hate to be so graphic, but sometimes when I think about the act of suicide, it's just like, what are we talking about for real?
Yeah.
Does this give you a level of freedom that you're looking for? Have you not only did 2 + 2, but did you do 3 + 1?
Right.
What
Right.
level of, did you give yourself the freedom to spin the block so many different times before you said, look, I'm
Yeah.
bigger than this? Because that's ultimately what they're saying. I'm bigger than this.
Yeah.
So you have to have a certain level of understanding that you're bigger than this, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes people think that they're smaller than this.
Yeah. Oh
I'm
yes.
smaller than this.
All the time.
Listen, that was the place. That's what I struggled with all year, right? And back to what we were talking about of we put these people in place, right? I'm,
Right.
As boastful, quote unquote, that I could be, I'm extremely humble, right? I'm extremely like I can work in the background, right? I don't have to be in the forefront of anything, right? I can see the impact of what I do, right? Of that one-on-one contact with a person. And that for me was like good enough, right? But it it's one of those things that it chases you down where it's like, no, you can't halfway do this shit, right? Yes, you could do some one-on-one things, but things are starting to put you into a place of position. I never wanted to be in a place of position, right? I looked to the people that were in these positions, right? And then when I started looking at these people in these positions, it's like, you don't know a motherfucking thing. You don't know shit, right? Like, so it was like, how did you get here? Right. And it's like, this year really said to me, like, that is your place, right? You have to believe that that is your place, even though that's not your desire, right? It on the alchemy of, the money hungry type thing, or kind of like, I want to control things. No, because of what you're going to be doing, what you are doing, Woon, what Self is doing, what you doing, Pure, we are now that new elevation, right? We are the new platform. We are the new voices, right? These are the meek or meager people, or the small people, the nobodies, right? And all of a sudden, those are the master teachers, right? Those are the master teachers. And
Hey,
so,
look, just fresh off the brain, I'm a nobody because I nobodies.
Woo!
That nigga's nice, son. He's nice, son.
That's a bar.
Right. And so this is the part, again, when I look at it, this is the discipleship. There was only 12 people that was responsible to go out and spread this message, right? To the world. Well, when you really look at that, that's generational change that has to happen, right? So I want to hit y'all with this. We can do our ancestry.com thing, We can do our African astrology.com, right? Right, we can do that.
I'm sorry, no disrespect to nobody, but I don't deal with that shit.
Right. No, but I'm saying just in the sense of when we start to feel lost, like I want to know where I come from.
Yeah.
For those that believe, right? Let's just, for argument's sake, where do you fall in line during the time that Jesus walked the earth?
Right.
Who was your relative during that time, right? Where, like, do you get what I'm trying to say? So it's like things that have been passed down since the beginning of time. Like, you were there, right? But what was the extension of you that came down since the beginning of time? What's really in your DNA? What is your purpose, right? And there are many are called, but the chosen are few. So people like us here in this frequency are the chosen. And we can't play around with that, right? There's a great responsibility. We will always be in a place of unrest, right? No matter how much money you have or what you're doing, if you're not in the frequency that you were born to flow in, it's not gonna work. You know what I'm saying? So I want to ask you something real quick, Pure, right? Because you know what I'm saying, I just be tapping into energy, right? And I heard him say that y'all was talking about some stuff. Like, I feel like you got big plans for 2023. But you've been like you ain't been wanting to really speak on it. You know what I'm saying? Researching. I see you like researching, writing shit down, right? And you wanna like what's the word? Like you wanna, I think you've learned from your past by opening your mouth to the wrong people. So you have kept it to yourself. There's one person that you've been wanting to talk about this shit with, but you like, nah, you know what I'm saying? Like I you know, you going back in your mind about it. Like you want to polish it up, like and then present it. Get out your head, bro. Like that you're supposed to get, like, there's a piece of the puzzle that you're missing, and that's why you feel like you can't approach that person. But that person has that piece that's gonna like solve the rest of the problems or kind of puts something in perspective for you. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like, am I in a vein or no?
No, you pretty spot on. I'm not too sure exactly who the piece is, I guess you can say.
Yeah.
But in terms of holding things back, absolutely. Like when you discussed about like your situation, knowing that you can play in the back and still be thriving, but you know that you need to step in the light as well to show people where this energy is actually stemming from. I resonate with that because I know like there's certain things within myself that I know I'm supposed to be doing, but I'm not doing it because, you know, all these different things that, you know, thoughts really.
Right.
The thoughts that's holding me back, but I know what I'm supposed to be doing.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So your next level of finance is coming from that. That's why you can't get away from it. Like you've tried other like kind of like little things, but this has been close to the cuff for you, right? And I like innately, you know that. That's why you don't want to talk about it, right? Because it's like I ain't ready, right? Like if I got a battle over this, right? If somebody's gonna try and take my idea, or they're gonna try and somebody that, and this one person has a lot of experience in a lot of different things, but they're smart enough to see what this is, right? And that's going to be part of your fear, like almost like y'all in the same vein, but not really. Like I don't know how to describe, you know, something like that, right? there may be a moment of collaboration or an opportunity for collaboration, and that'll be fine for you because that's not the end point. This is the beginning point, right? Because you think it's this, but bro, when I tell you, if you work with this person to cultivate this idea, you're gonna have a secondary idea, and that's gonna be your branch off. But this was gonna be like the first stage of this, is because this is your I don't know, right? This is your experiment part of it. And that other person is gonna bring some element of what you need to get to that next level. Because what's for you is what's for you. There are times to come together, right? And then there's time to separate. So this don't be afraid to talk to this person and collab with this person, because you'll start to see when they get a little besides themselves, or kind of maybe even want to take the credit, because you're going to want to play the secondary because you think you don't know, right? There are some things you're going to supposed to like pick up from this person, but it's going to like bother you because you know already, right? And it was like in the first 2 or 3 meetings or opportunities that you're working with this person, you're going to have to answer to it, right? But you are going to want to see it in real action in real time, right? And that's cool. So go ahead and do that. But once you see it's in real time, and the key to let you know when it's time to do that separation is you're going to start seeing like this person going to kind of start turning greedy, or trying to like keep you in the background when you're ready to come to the forefront of it. And when you're ready to come to the forefront of it, you're going to make that separation. And whatever you guys did together, that's passed away. Like they won't be able to maintain it because you thought that they were the glue, but you were the glue. You were the key to it. So sorry for taking up a little bit of time, but I had to, amen, when I had to say the message.
I appreciate that. Thank you for sharing that. That's definitely something I'm gonna sit with.
Yeah. So my bad.
Read to what happened?
That's part of my gifting, man. Like I have to heed the word when I hear it, when I say it. Like I gotta, because those are the things, right? Those are the sacred or the secret things of life, right? Is when you tap into a God, you doing readings?
I need a reading.
I left for a quick second, and then you handed this nigga the whole shit. I'm like, hold on, wait, where?
Hey, you see, I'm sitting back listening.
Hey, man, but it is one of those things, and it's like when we keep that kind of information to ourselves, right? That becomes a cancer for me, like because I can't. The energy won't flow. I got to give it to you, right? Because you have an assignment. So I view all of us like this is the secret society, right? It's like, hey man, you're another god, right? So if we are part of the same crew, right? If we were soldiers, I ain't gonna leave my man behind. Hey man, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna tell you what you need to know. And if I gotta put you on my shoulders and get you to the safe place and be like, hey man, rest up right here, you know, I'm gonna do that, right? And so that's in other, you know, podcasts. I call myself like the stewardess, right? I'm like, hey, you know what I'm saying? This is how you get home. You know what I'm saying? So this was a breadcrumb for you on how to get home. You know what I'm saying? Get to this financial freedom place. And bro, when I tell you the number that you think about, right? Or what you say that you I think there's a number or something that you want to have a target for, like I want to have X amount of money or whatever. Like, bro, that's like honestly, you really like do this shit like for real, you're gonna laugh at that number because you're gonna be like, dude, I can't believe like like this really is my life. Like this is really it. I believed it, but you know how like if you bought a lottery ticket and you were one of those ones that actually became a billionaire this year, like I don't know who that person is. They ain't came forward to say nothing, but it's like you took this dream, this $1, right? And you looking back like, bro, like I'm a real billionaire. Like this is like beyond your understanding. So it's gonna be like beyond your understanding when you get to that place. But you're like, you so humble, you so nice. You know what I'm saying? And it's like this bread that's coming to you, like you already know it got other people's names on it. And that's why it's going to be like plentiful because it's gonna be that energy of money. You're gonna be circling it out. So namaste. So that's all I have for you.
I appreciate it.
The energy that Benet comes with, right? And I think I just now told you this, Benet, for the group chat. The level of, how can I say this? The level of the mathematics, right? And when I say mathematics, I just mean like the natural mathematics that that we may be inclined to if we're tapped into a certain frequency, right?
Yeah.
That's one thing, but but just the level of the the building of the two worlds. I have to say it just like that. The building of the two worlds, where you get the consciousness and the emotion. Can I put you on the emotion stage, Benet?
Yes.
Put you on that stage.
Yes.
It's just like the emotion side gives birth to the love frequency in which you represent, right? So the emotional stage is just like we can have a certain knowledge of what we feel, how we feel, and do all this other shit, right? But then you bring uh that the emotional intellect into the equation, right? And then it becomes just like, okay, yeah, so that shit not only makes sense logically from how we may look at it, you know what I mean? But now you're bringing the logical point to what we feel. You know what I mean? So when it comes down to that, it's just like, I think that, and again, just like I was going to say, when it comes down to to what I sent you in a group chat, it's just like, I didn't understand it from the gate. Like, you know what I mean? Because it's just like, okay, yeah, it may seem like it's overwhelming, or just like, okay, yeah, well, maybe, that may not be, what I think that people want to hear. Because, we cut though. We just like, nigga, but we just in heads around this motherfucker. Like, you know what I mean? But at the same time, it's just like, hold on, but just that level, because that level comes with a certain level of patience. That level comes with a certain level of, well, I sat back and I took the time to, humble myself and study and do these different things just so I could reach out to certain people and meet them on their level.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So when it comes down to that, that's where, that's where the your alchemy comes in. Like, you know what I mean? And it's just like, that's her alchemy. Because remember I told you, I was just like, hey, Benet, don't have patience with these niggas. Cut these niggas' heads off, B. Cut them off. You know what I mean? So then when I see, like, but that's me. I can't put you in Woon's box. Like, you know what I mean? I can't expect you to be how I am.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? So now it's just like, I be looking at shit. I'm like, okay, but nah, Benet, that's Benet's bag. Like, you know what I mean? Benet's in her bag for the way that she's in her bag, and she's executing properly. When people receive you, because I've seen people receive you. Don't get it twisted. People hit me like, hey, who's that? Who, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? I see her slaying shit like, you know what I mean? Like, that's Benet. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's her thing. So it's just like, and I'm giving you your flowers right now because, again, in the beginning, I wasn't privy to that formula, right? I would say like that. I wasn't privy to that formula. But now I realize, like, so what is that formula? Now that you introduced it, what is that? And I'm always curious about some shit, so I gotta. Can I do that too? And
Yeah.
it's just like, do it, but I'm gonna leave it to Monet, like, because that's her premise. So when when you come to the podcast and whoever, like, you know what I mean, and I'm just using you as an example. So when people receive your energy, it's just like, you know what I mean. It's just like this is the right arm to the Botron, like, you know what I mean. It's just like you have to understand that this is a level of, this is Benet shit. Like, you know what I mean? This is that love energy. Who else can do? I can't do it like that all the time. I mean, deep sometimes, like, you know what I mean? To where it's just like, hell yeah, but it's just like,
But that's the beauty of having the feminine energy. You feel me? The goddess energy represents the representation, because you don't when you have these types of conversations, religion, dealing with Hebrews and Christians and Muslims and all these different, topics, especially spiritually. It's a lot of men. It's a lot of masculine energy. Niggas be arguing and damn near fighting, cussing, and doing all types of crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? And I swear, like, you go to Sanetta's channel, he don't have but maybe 2 females that grace the platform, but you'll have hundreds of males coming on all the time. You know what I'm saying? So that just within itself is beautiful to have, because it opens up a whole nother side of the perspective. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that even Sai understood that, and that's why he had in the pod, the regular, like, and he calls that his wife. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, my wife. Like, I don't know if they're, how they do they Dougie and shit, but like, he understood that, like, hey, we need to have a woman in a power, in a position of power to where she's just feeling her spill. And and again, me personally, I wasn't privy to it, but now it's just like, hell yeah, let's do it. Not to say that I didn't think that you was lit, but it's just the formula in which you was doing your shit is just like, all right, that's cool. But then now it's just like, nigga, that shit is lit. Especially tonight.
Yeah. I appreciate that, but like I said, I had told Woon a year. Well, now it's been a year, right? I think, or 2 years. That that because there's times that he will call me, right? In on something, because he's more the cutthroat and I'm more patient, right? I got my knives, right? But you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna get close to you before I stab you. Woon is like, nigga, he come out with his sword and like, aha, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm more like, with it and shit. I like that close combat.
You gotta conceal this shit.
Right. My shit is, you know what I'm saying? It's still feminine energy, you know what I'm saying? I got a pistol in the girdle, or you know what I'm saying, in my in somewhere, right? And
like that chick on Belly, that came doing shit.
Oh, right, yeah, right. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I do come with the sword, or I know how to do that. And what I was telling Woon was like, yo, you don't have to do this battle all the time. Like, watch, you know what I'm saying? He like, fuck that, you know what I'm saying? Come on, B, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Why do you be having like so much patience with these niggas? Like, I know you could kill them, right? You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, I know, you know what I'm saying? But my personality is very Godfather-ish, right? Very Michael Corleone, right? Okay, you think you got this up, right? But I'm gonna bring you to me, right? And cut you that way. And I told Woon, like, watch, there's gonna come a day, you gonna calm down, right? You're not gonna want the smoke to this degree. What? And he's like, what? I think never. And it's like to see him now in an energy that's like, you know what, Kesara, it's cool, you know what I'm saying? I can fight you if I want to, so the pistol right here, you know what I'm saying, if he wants to pick it up. But it's like now he's more in that, like, you know what, I'm gonna watch you just kill yourself. I don't even have to do it. You know what I mean? And so that's kind of what he's talking about, is in that formula, me being able to see him, like, yeah. But he needed to go through that, right? Of of this is war. You know what I mean? Now he's not trying to kill people on this kind of level no more. He's still willing to smoke at any point in time. If I need him and I call him and say, "Hey man, this smoke," he like mount up. You know what I mean? But it's a different thing. So I really appreciate that, and I appreciate you.
Yeah, but nah, definitely. But again, just bringing it back, just spinning the block. The way that you and Pure was able to open my mind personally to numerology, um, the shit was so lit, and it makes so much sense. And as again, because you said something about doing the full name and shit, so I gotta do my full name now. And then Pure said something about even Pure being related to Fred, so I gotta see what this Woon shit is about. Like, you know what I mean?
100%.
Even when I was younger, motherfuckers just asked me, "Well, what does Woon mean?" And to keep it a band with y'all, I used to say, without obligations, nigga. That's what the acronym.
Yeah.
Without obligations, nigga. That's what that shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is exclusive. Y'all getting exclusive right now. Right? And so my ideology behind what that meant was that I'm not obligated to do anything. So if I fuck with you, I'm really genuinely I don't feel obligated to do anything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I'm genuinely fucking. I don't have any obligations.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? And I had this ideology at a young age. Like, you know what I mean? So when it came down to that, I was just like, okay, I got to make this shit make sense. Because people was like, what the fuck is Woon? Like, what is that shit? Like, what does it look like? What's the energy that's associated with this? Or what you said earlier, what's the music? What's the soundtrack behind it?
Yeah.
Like,
right.
Out obligations, nigga. Like, I don't, nigga.
Nigga at the back end.
Yeah, nigga at the end, right?
Mm-hmm.
So just like, the naturalness that comes with the energy that I put out. I don't. It's not a force. So I'm not. You ain't finna catch no fake shit with me because I don't feel obligated to even fuck with you like that. But if I do, and if I locked in, nigga, it's love. Like, it's lit. Like, you know what I mean. So it's good. So type of time. That's just who I am. Like, you know what I mean. So that shit just, it's just stuck with me like that. Like, you know what I mean. But on that same type of time, I want to see what the numbers is. If the numbers with the Lawan shit match the Woon shit, like, you know what I mean? But for me personally, I wouldn't even be surprised if it's different because sometimes you get a different energy. And when I say that, I just mean like, just like Fred said with the you got the positive shit, then you got the negative shit. So sometimes, you know what I mean, you're gonna get that other side. So Woon might be more of that other side of the shit.
That's that alter ego.
Right. And yeah, really tap in because this shit it is really that deep and it's really that serious, right? So how many times are you gonna wander the wilderness, nigga, until you know what I mean? Like here's a avenue, a path of understanding. And once you do that, that's like it's just like this. Have you guys ever said, okay, I need to sit and figure some shit out, right? And you actually write that shit out. How many times do you actually stick to that fucking plan? Right? A lot of times you don't, right? Or you gotta my bad. You gotta come out of it, right? Hold on. It's 10 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? That's old people time. But we ask for the answers and we think we gotta seek without outside. You sit down and you write this shit out. That is the plan, nigga. You know what I'm saying? And just stick to that plan. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, you know what I'm saying? Okay, this is my last quote unquote reading for the night, right? Self-made, bro.
I didn't get mine yet. Hold on.
I told you, I said it. Where mine at?
Right. So you tapping into music, right? In such a different way, right? You're doing a lot of things. there's opportunities for soundtracks for you, right? And it's like it's almost gonna be like that's the back door to you reaching your ultimate goal. Because you put out real dope shit, right? Real dope shit. And it's like really, it's the illustration of other people's lives. And so any and every opportunity, I'm gonna give you this I think it's called not Backpage. I gotta look it up. There's a website that's for people that are doing like acting. I want to say it's backstage.com or something like that. Where you can do voiceovers, all kind of different stuff, right? Commercials, things like that, right? So you're gonna be like starting to submit to like even things like, you know what I'm saying, and I'm gonna say it's corny, right? Even things like jingles, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Because you have the ability to create jingles, right?
Right.
Like, and it's gonna be kind of like how you smiled, right? It's gonna be like so like simple, right? To you, like, but the reward is so great. Like, jingle money is big money, right? People who do marketing need a theme song, right? They need an expression, right? And you're going to be collaborating with people because, like I said, your music is the soundtrack to other people's lives. The the same frequency, so the sixes and the sevens or whatever that you exude, you're gonna match with those people that are not musically inclined. But as soon as they hear the music, it speaks to them. Like, you couldn't, and when it's presented to the world, nobody would know the difference, that this is not them, right? This is not their expression, because you're the yin to their yang in that regard. There's gonna be a few people, like, you sell your products, right? You know, you got all these products, and there's gonna be opportunity to like there's gonna be opportunity for you, like, and I just see you smiling a lot because it's just like, dude, like something simple like your lip balm or something, like somebody's gonna really want to fuck with it. Like, hey man, who really made this? But it's a really important person, maybe even like a celebrity, or somehow somebody's gonna get a hold of your product, and it's like you won't believe that this person contacted you for like lip balm, right? Like, or like they it may even come in an order, right? That you, let's just say it's like you see nigga Earl Stevens, you know what I'm saying, name come up with shit in, right? And you see the address is where it's at, like, nigga, I know this is not motherfucking E40, right? You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be that kind of a those kind of interactions, right? Or that you go to a like a market, like a farmer's market, and it's like somebody of a celebrity is gonna be there, right? And it's almost gonna be like, okay, well, what's your information? And they see you, they're gonna contact you later. You know what I mean? And it's like, oh yeah, man, remember you you know what I'm saying, I got that, you know what I'm saying, you know, keep this on the low, and I got that lip balm, you know what I'm saying, from you or whatever, right? Because it's like niggas don't be, you know, caring about their lips, you know what I'm saying, right? You know what I'm saying? Nobody wants to be glossy, right? But it's thinking this it's skincare, right? But don't get away from these jingles, right? Or these like even ringtones. It's like little things that people don't think about, but you're like really connected into it. It is like so simplistic, like of creating ringtones or creating something that's still within music, right? And it's gonna be like, nigga, if I would have known this shit, you know what I'm saying? I don't even care about being in the forefront of me producing my music in this manner when this is bringing up, I just got $5,000 to do this like 10-second promo thing. Like, you get what I'm trying to say?
Right.
So expect a year of like true blow up. Your girl, right? She working on something?
Just in general?
Yeah, like something that she's talked to you about, like, or that you know that she's like, I don't know, maybe she hasn't talked to you about it yet.
Okay.
She may have. If she hasn't, it's I don't know. Maybe she don't know how to say it to you, or maybe it's like, all right, we got this right now, but you know what I'm saying, we can't do this other thing. Nah, man, listen to this, because like I told Pure, you may think that this is the it, but this was like the stepping stone to that, right? Without you guys getting to this place, that idea would never come into play. And within this play, yeah, we'll have to talk offline, but I don't know who run the play, if you know what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? She gonna run this play. Like that's her bag. Like, that's her purpose. Like, and just how you kind of looking right now, you're just gonna be like, damn, you know what I'm saying? Like, I, you know what I'm saying? It's a trip that I ain't see it like that, you know, this or whatever. Like, so yeah, she got something cooking, you know what I'm saying? And you may help cultivate it, you know what I mean, if that makes sense, because you are a cultivator. Like, that is like what you do. That's your background part. But yeah, she cooking on something, you know what I mean? And so lean into that. But yeah, I have something else that's not for the public, but yeah, we're gonna tap in. So that's my last video for today. I'm sorry, Woon. I ain't got nothing for you.
Hey, because I was gonna say, hey, look, all that shit, don't tell me. I don't even want to know.
Good.
Nah, that's
I'm saying that because it's just like the ignorance is bliss, right? And when I say that, I'm just saying, like, when it comes down to the observation side and the participation side, you know, don't ruin it for me. I just want to live, baby.
Yeah, but that's why I didn't. That's why I didn't have nothing for you, because that's how you.
That's the energy I put out.
Yeah, that's the energy that you in. You know what I'm saying? And even though, like I said, I gave this information, it's still, and that's why I like that it's recorded. Right? We could go back and look at it. You know what I mean, and refer to it, because there's gonna be a point in time where that, for both of you and for Self and Pure, that for a minute it may be like, I forgot that Benet said this shit, until this shit starts happening. Be like, yo, but like, this is the moment that she's talking about. You know what I mean? So I can't wait to see it come into fruition, though.
Yeah,
I definitely appreciate that, because it does open a whole different perspective of music. I mean, I've thought of, you know, submitting music for certain things. I just, like, when you don't know where to start, as far as like, all right, what websites do I go to as far as submitting this music that actually plays for these commercials or for YouTube or for, you know, these movies, or like, where do I even start at? It was like, all right, I ain't like, you know what I'm saying? You don't even dive down. Okay, like, how do I even begin to, you know, do something like that?
Yeah.
So
I got an avenue for you, you know, to at least as a crumb to get you on that path, because
foundation.
Yeah, because when we watch movies and shit like that, right? It be like, unless they're playing some classic, there's always some shit you ain't never heard of, right? You know what I'm
some
saying?
dramatic type low sounds, and it's just
right.
It's not even a beat. It's just sounds that you just make.
I told Self, I said, man, look, I need a score for some shit. So it was like, well, what do you need? Just this? I'm like, yes, nigga, that.
Yes.
So when it comes down to that, it's just like, the introduction, just and I know you said what did you say? You said jingles and shit, right? Earlier.
Yeah.
And uh to me it's just like, well, you already make scores anyway. You just don't know that you make scores. Like, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
uh
Right,
me being, just in the type of energy that I am, I notice the genius in people that surround me because I like to observe shit, right?
Yeah.
So in my mind, there's nothing that I can't do. So in my mind, there's nothing that nobody around me cannot do.
Right.
So when I was telling him the score, I was like, man, so you just want me to, yeah, nigga, that part. Then he was like, yeah, it's good. So like, you know what I mean? So when it comes down to what you just now saying, like the shit, it kind of like it makes a lot of sense in terms of just things that we sometimes overlook because we could be looking for something that's like super big, but then we just tap into like something that may be something that we just overlooked that may be not so big, but then it becomes so small. Then it's just like, well, shit, nigga, I could do that. Like, you know what I mean?
right.
Exactly. Just like if y'all watched 2.5 Men before,
Yep.
you know what I'm saying? That's what Charlie Harper, like that's all he did. He was doing jingles and shit and have a big ass damn house, right? It's like it's kind of like that for you. It's like you won't believe it's like you getting paid this much money for a 20-second this that literally took you like 5 minutes to make just because that is your creative genius, right? And it's
Right.
like, you know what I'm saying? I can knock out 15 of these in a day. You know what I'm saying? So,
Right.
bro, I just listen. I really just made 40 bands today. Like it's like that to you. Like I've been thinking it's this, but man, you know what I'm saying? I can do this, right? And think about it. Everybody on social media, what are they doing? They're adding music to their content, somebody's voiceover to their content. They're pulling songs, putting over their things. And you know what I mean? So it's like even in that could be an avenue that you're putting out these things that's original and it takes off with people recreating these videos with your music, right? With your tagline on it. And it's those kinds of things. So that's another like little nugget for you. Even think about, little things like that. You know what I mean? And
Hey, have you seen the Wu-Tang series?
no, I haven't seen it yet.
You ain't seen it either?
No.
Hey, Pierre, have you seen it?
Nah. I heard about it, but I ain't
You.
seen it.
When you said that earlier, I put it on.
Selfmade look like the dude who plays the RZA. I promise y'all.
But I've seen them, but I just can't think about what he looks like right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, nah, he looked like the dude who played the RZA, and the RZA, the RZA produces their beats and shit. Like, you know what I mean? So, but he looks like the dude who plays the RZA.
That's hilarious because I'm looking at it. He don't look like the real RZA right now.
Well, hey, what was you saying about? Sorry to intervene, but what was you saying about? You said something to Fred when you was reading. You said something to Fred about music as well.
I don't know. I was in that flow.
Okay, because I know you were saying
I
something
stopped
about
reading for Fred at the 3:15 mark, so a 3 hour and 15 minutes. So, and I wanted to tell you that, Fred, so that you can go back and
we're gonna have to go.
Yeah.
Go back.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out who the missing piece is.
Right. You said I said something to him about music.
Yeah, you were saying something, or maybe not about music, but you were just saying like once you really step into what it is that you want to do, um, you'll start to see what you want to see. But you were saying something about like the connection of him and somebody else would then, like, I guess you partnering with that somebody else would then help flourish something along them lines.
Yeah. But I just don't remember using music though.
Yeah. My bad. You didn't. Now that I think about it, you didn't say nothing about music. You were just saying, referring to like his passions or the things that he wanted to do.
Yeah. But that, like I said, that could be something where it resonated with you in the sense of where some opportunities for collaboration in that regards for, you know what I'm saying, for you, right? It started to click in with you, like, okay, what do I need to do? So, you know, I don't know.
Yeah, no, that part, that's why I was saying, like, when you were saying it, it was like, you know, like a little sparkle just kind of came up in my head at the same
Right.
time. Like, wait, hold on, what's she talking about? You know what I'm
Right.
saying? And then now hearing you say what you said about me, and just knowing the background, I don't know if a lot of people probably don't know between, you know, me and Pure, like this is the brother we bought land together, like, you know what I'm saying? Broke bread and bought land together.
Oh, okay.
You know, years ago, and do a lot of music together, create a lot of beats together, and so it's just crazy how, you know, you were talking about it and just thinking about the connections already, you know, but we haven't took that avenue of what you were saying. We talked about it, you know what I'm saying? I've thought about it, you know what I'm saying? And
well, there's no more discussion then. You know what I mean? Y'all need to go ahead and get to work. You know what I mean? Because, but I do want to make this clear, because I would have, if I would have picked up on that, I would have said that. So Pure, this not the person that I'm saying that's going to do anything that would make you separate. You know what I mean?
Right.
This not the part of it. Because I did, before I said that, I said there was going to be collaboration. So this could be your collaboration, but I said there is one person that does something similar to what you do, but it's in a you view them, you know, this is the clarity in it. You view them as like up here or something, right? Like, you, like I said, you feel like you got to polish yourself up to present this. Like you got to have it like all the way together before you share. You know what I mean? This next level thing. And you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that you don't view self in that manner, but it's almost like, you know, you want to get dressed and shit, you know what I'm saying, for this person or whatever. Like you know, have all your shit together. So I don't know who that is in the sense of and maybe you don't know that person quite yet. You may have an opportunity to be in a room. Let's just say that you, for some reason, same thing like I was telling Self, like come across a celeb, right? Or somebody that's like, nigga, this is like would be my dream to work with this person, right? You link with them, you know what I'm saying? Don't be afraid not to link with that person because of the assumed position, right? We just had that discussion about that transference, right? You're going to learn what you need to learn, but you like this person is thinks so highly of themselves, and it's deserved, right? But they're lost. They're not going to understand the questions that you're asking is the questions that you needed the answer for. Like in your first few conversations, you, now that you got the answers, you doing alchemy in the background, like, you know what I'm saying, you working with this person, but now that was the missing piece. So now this collaboration you working on is going to bring you to another level, right? But it isn't the level of this thing back here. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
And they're gonna feel like, nigga, you know what I'm saying? I raised you, you know, up to this point, you know what I'm saying? Like, nah, you stay in the background, you know what I'm saying? Because you don't know. And it's cool, right? But that's gonna be your time to be like, nigga, I am the master, right? I do know. And you're gonna separate. And whatever this was going on is going to transform, because this wasn't for them. This was for you, right? To get to this next level. But it ain't Josh in that way. Like, you get what I'm saying?
Right.
So I think y'all gonna have a dope ass collaboration, and I'm just glad. I can't wait to see it. I'm excited. Stuff that gets me juiced. Like, Oh, wait, look what this is about to be.
Man, we got the Oracle in the building, man. It's turned up in here.
Yo, bro. This is crazy.
In my mind, I think that, or the seed that has been planted to that collaboration came out with that always go when hey, that's my shit, I promise y'all.
Appreciate you, God.
Yeah, this was a good show. This was definitely
was.
And
have to look into
was
some
not what I expected it to be either. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
That's a fact.
Yeah, I had a whole different perspective of what the show was going to be too. I was like, it's going to be, because I seen the whole, Bible study at the end. I was like, oh shit, let me try to jump in here real quick and spill my spill, then get up out of here.
Yeah,
but it shaped itself into this dynamic which it was supposed to. So it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
See, when I seen, because for the most part, me and Self were just on here to the necklace from the gate. And I'm just saying this for the sake of this conversation. I think that that it would be crazy for people to see the kind of conversations that me and Self have to the necklace. Like, you know what I mean? Just be like, hold on, what the fuck is these niggas talking about for real? Like, you know what I mean? Because there's been conversations to where it's just like, nigga, we should have recorded this shit. Like, you know what I mean? But then we had a third element. Boom. Pierre comes in. It's just like, oh, okay. And again, unbeknownst to me, he studies what the topic of the fucking show is. So it's like,
oh
shit.
Really?
Like, you know
I did not know how. I thought he was one of the others.
Yeah, the numerology part of it. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, oh shit, numerology, okay. And he came with sources. Like, you know what I mean? I was like, oh, okay, yeah, it's up.
Wait a minute. So wait. So he's not part of the people that were supposed to be here?
No. No means. He came in just to come in. And I'm not saying just to come in, but I'm saying it was mathematically sound for him to come in. Just to to have this powwow that we're having right now. Then in comes Benet. And then again, unbeknownst to me, Benet also studied numerology. So the shit just works how it works. Like,
I know. It drew itself. It drew it. It just drew it in. Numerically.
Earlier, we could have had the Bible study part of this of the conversation, but we have that all the time. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we do that shit on a regular. But just to have a natural conversation like this, and when I say natural, I love to say it like that because I mean organic, because we had a specific topic, and again, we didn't. You guys weren't guests. I'm gonna just say it just like that. Not but y'all
always guess, but
right.
So for us to have this powwow naturally, just like that shit, like I love it. It was lit, and the conversation for me was lit. So I love it.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you guys for allowing me to come and spill my spiel. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you, for real.
Yeah, no, you came in fucking did your fucking Dougie tonight. I mean, you always come and do your Dougie,
always, yeah.
I just like the frequency again, and I have to say something, I'm gonna let you go back. But it was just a situation to where, again, this was not planned. So there was we just naturally just doing. We're in our bags right now. We're just chilling this shit. Like, you know what I mean? So for you to come on and to sync, up with it,
it was all synchronized.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it. This gives me life. You know what I'm saying? When I say love is in need of love today, I need to do this, because when I don't do this, I'm like literally sick, because it becomes, like I said, becomes that poison to me, right? And I have to let it out. So before, I didn't understand that, right? I felt like being the love energy, it does have its drawbacks at moments, but even with its drawbacks, it is so rewarding, because that's what love is, right? It does, this shit's not supposed to make sense. So once you tap into the strength of what love is, you know, it's like when you ask for something, right? This is what you get, right? So if you say, Lord, you know what I'm saying, or whoever you pray to, or whatever you do, you know what I'm saying, I want to be strong. Now you got opportunities to show your strength. All right. If I say I'm the love energy, there's a lot of people in need of love, you know what I mean? And so you can't get mad when people are coming to you in need of that love, right? You got to prove that that's the energy that you're in, right? And that's a test, because, you know, not everybody comes, you know, in a easy to love, right? But like you said, once you kind of step away like one and you can see the system of it, I can't get mad. I know that this is part of my gifting, and how dare I not share it? How dare I be selfish with it? How dare I balk at the people that um, are brought into my path to do so? And when I give it out, it is an instant giving back. You know what I mean? And so,
right.
this is the vein I will forever be in. So,
Yeah, nah. Hell yeah,
1,000%.
man. Like that. Just real quick, just that energy, like you know what I mean? Because it's hard. Uh, it's hard for people to accept, you know, and this is what I was saying earlier, you know, in the beginning. It's hard for people to accept that role because there's a lot that comes with the acceptance, and that's usually stem with, you know, the roles or the accountability that comes with the acceptance and shit, right? And that's why they both start with ACC. Uh,
mm,
because it's accelerating, right? Because as soon as you accept and have accountability, then you accelerate. Uh,
or
but but when it comes down to, I'm telling you, I'm tapped in. Like, so everything that's coming out my mouth is freestyle right
that
now.
was just a slick little bar
Freestyle.
right there.
But
Yeah.
I'm in the but but when it comes down to that, it's just like when you accept that shit, it's just like now the more that you accept, the more that you create your path, right? Because imagine you saying, "Well, I can't go that way, can't go that way, I can't go that way." You're stuck. What's because you're saying can't in your mind, right? As
Hmm.
soon as you accept, well, I accept this, so I can accept this, so I can go that way. I can't go this way. So now your path is open.
Yeah.
This becomes your fucking playground. Like, you know what I mean? This becomes what you want it to become, and this is where the alchemy comes in at. And again, I just want people to understand that the acceptance of self, regardless to uh what it is, and just like I was starting out saying, because mind you, I'm freestyling, so allow me to fuck up a little bit. But going back to what I was saying, what you were saying about the love energy and shit, right?
Mm.
The responsibility or the accountability that comes with that is, man, you know how much hate or misunderstanding that I got to go through in order for me to accept this love shit, right? Uh, just like and I know I always forget what song, but Self got a song trying to understand love, because love is understanding and shit, right? So when you think about that, it's just like, okay, well, just like you were saying, but they just like, okay, well, do I really understand love? Like, you know what I mean? And take love outside of it. Do I really understand people? You understand what I'm saying? Because in order for me to love them, I have to understand them. And in order for me
Mm.
to understand them, I have to understand myself. In order to
Yeah.
understand myself, I have to accept myself.
Woo.
Right?
Yeah.
So when it comes down, I'm freestyle. So when it comes down to that, it's just like, at what point in time do you say, nigga, everything that I am, all the opposite is going to come to me and shit, right?
Yeah.
So uh when you accept that shit, and again, and when I say again, I'm just thinking back to, I probably said it before. Um, one of my partners told me, he was just like, nigga, you know, he didn't come out and say it how I'm about to say it, but you know, I'm proclaiming the kingdom of God, right? I'm God, nigga, it's up.
Yeah.
So he said, nigga, in the position that you're in, demons are gonna come towards you. They finna come fuck with you. They finna come pull up, right? So if I'm proclaiming one thing, the opposite is finna come to me. And guess what? I told that nigga I want all the smoke.
Yeah.
Bring him on.
Right? Yeah. So, you know, and that was the last conversation that I had with him before he passed and shit. So rest in peace to my guy. But at the same time, it's just like, nigga, I'm built for this shit, B. Like, you know what I mean? It's up. But that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, the acceptance of this shit, it's not easy. Because for some people, it's not a lifestyle. For some people, this shit just look cool. For some people, this shit, you know, they love to hear us having these conversations. These niggas talking slick.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that shit sound nice.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a bar. Right?
But this shit real.
Yeah.
But then,
nigga, you see this scar right here?
Right,
Nigga?
Exactly. Seeing shit like that, it's just like, hey, I don't know if that shit is
nigga,
nice.
I've been stabbed, nigga. Shit.
That's how I got the perspective of this.
Right.
Accepting this shit as it is, you know what I mean? It's no and I know I forgot, I think it was you, Benet, who mentioned water earlier and shit, right? We cannot recreate water and shit, right?
Yeah.
But the math behind that is to not recreate it. The math behind that is to become it. So this on some Bruce Lee shit, become water.
I was about to say, that's what he said. You gotta flow, baby.
Yeah, you gotta become formless. So as soon as you become formless, I am water. What the fuck is water, nigga? And
break yourself down.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I am water. So it's just like anything that's in my position, I am that. And as soon as we accept that shit, you can take yourself to wherever the fuck you want to take yourself, and the level of freedom that comes with that shit is lit, man. And it's just like, you know, when it comes down to that, you know, that's the level of freedom that draws the line. Freedom is scary. Let me say this shit real quick. Again, I'm still freestyling.
Yeah.
Freedom is scary as fuck. Think about it.
Yeah.
Y'all know how scary freedom is?
Yeah.
Freedom.
Yes.
It's vulnerable.
Let me say this real quick. It's documented that slaves that was free didn't comprehend the level of freedom, so they went back to the plantations to work for motherfuckers, right?
Right. Yeah.
So the level of freedom is just like, nigga, I'm free to do what?
Nigga, what we gonna do?
Right.
Yeah. Our answer will always be to create. To formulate what the fuck you want to. You God, nigga.
Yeah.
Do what you want to do.
What do you want to do?
It's my prerogative.
The government say, well, what do you want to do? What you gonna do? Who are you?
Yeah. Right.
They do that right now.
Spot on with that.
I just want to say that shit though, like, and again, man, I'm just in a vibe right now. So it's just like, you know, when it comes down to acceptance, it's hard. But when you accept that shit, boom, niggas up. I promise you.
Yeah. Well, you know, and that's what I told myself. Like, all right, I can't no longer hide this shit, right? I can't just like secretly text you this message, right? You know what I'm saying? Like self, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna talk offline, but I can't just like, hey, and text it to you. Like I have to, and what this podcast means to me is you guys giving me opportunity to actually work on that throat chakra, right? As Woon would say, I had to speak. It lived within me, but I was afraid to speak, right? You know, because I understood being, like you said, Woon, that other energy, if I'm the love energy, listen, I don't want to read the comments of, okay, why she keep, I'm saying, messing with her shirt, why, all this other shit, right? Because then that's that would scare me from wanting to do it. But understanding that there's going to be a balance, and understand that too, that's fear talking. It ain't gonna be as much hate as I expect it to be. It's more what people are needing. These people are needing love. Even if it's hate, they're not coming to me with that, right? There's enough hate that's gonna be out there, but I don't truly believe it's gonna be in my face like that. It's that secret sniper shit. But you know what I'm saying? Your arms are too short to box with a god. So I understand what's happening. So you think you're gonna be able to tear me down, but you tearing yourself down, right? So I choose to focus in that other energy, you know what I mean? And so this is I have to do it. So 2023, look for the inner God coach, and that's what I will be doing, is teaching you how to
That's a dope name right there.
That's
yeah,
lit. Hell
yeah.
yeah.
Thank you. You know what I mean? I got to teach you how to do this and get in and tapped in with yourself, right? Like, time is of the essence. And once you do that, you will have the freedom, right? And yes, this is scary. I have the freedom to do this, right? This is scary, but I ain't never scared, right? Like, at the other side of it. And we got to get people out of that box of being scared. Understand that this shit is fake and fraud. Scared, fear is a punk motherfucker, right? That is ruining people's lives if you
Real
allow
shit.
it. You know what I'm saying? And so we're gonna combat that with the truth and with love, you know what I'm saying? Peace, soul, and all that other shit. So
I like that. I like that right there.
More power to you. More power to you, and along your journey and everything that you got going on, and also to the brothers as well, because we are all on our individual paths and journeys, but we all bring that shit together. It's all connected. It's all interchangeable. You know what I'm saying? So we got each other. We can utilize each other. And we can go off and face the world. Then we could come back and bring that shit back home. Like, look, nigga, this is what I dealt with today, nigga. Like,
right.
Crazy.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? But one of y'all could have a solution for that for when I meet it again. It's like, okay, now I know how to resolve whatever this is,
Yeah, but that's in our little group chat. That's what we do. Like, Selfmade and Woon, they like my brothers. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? And Pure, you know what I'm saying? You part of the clique now too. You know what I mean? And so it's like, I need them. They don't know. I don't think I speak enough to, and I think I told Woon a couple of times, like, I really wanted him to have his flowers. And Josh, we don't talk as much, you know what I mean? But we be in that lane, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, I appreciate y'all like so much. Our group, we grow, we challenge ourselves. Nigga, we be in there arguing, you know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, what about this? Like, I feel you, but check the facts on this, right? And it's like, this group has helped me elevate, to a whole nother level. Like, this is like my tribe. Like, I talk to these guys more than I probably talk to my family. You know what I mean? My blood, and we talk every day, if for the most part. So
yeah, but you kind of you initiate yourself in the group to keep it a band.
Yeah.
And I tell you all the time, it's like people seen the initiation of it, and because just like I said, like I didn't know that you was on this type of time when you tapped into the live. It was just like, they want to get into this conversation, but and I'm not saying it like that, but I'm just saying, like, Benet, what you got to say about this, Benet? And, the level of energy or frequency that you brought into the thing. Again, I told you, like, females will send me up like, "Oh, I see you. Oh, you made a love connection." Like, no, nigga, like we're just vibing like that. Like it looked different. Like, you know what I mean? But if you in a certain vibratory energy, if that even is for real, if there's a vibratory energy, they picked up on that, and it was just like, okay, yeah. So it was not coerced. It was not scripted. It was just like when they want to get into the live, excuse me, I'm gonna let Benet get into the live, and then it just grew from there. So when it came from that, it's just like then naturally the natural group conversation is gonna take place. Like you know what I mean. So as much as you uh give us those type of props, I want to give it to you because it's just like again, I'm forever the student. Like you know what I mean. So when it comes down to that type of time, it's just like, well, if we entered each other's cipher or energy, and when I say cipher, because we're siphoning off each other, we're also giving. It's just like when it comes down to that type of time, it's just like, well, who is Benet? And then I got to step outside of Woon to receive Benet. So learning in that type of space and time and shit too. And I've learned a lot from you, just like I told you earlier. Like my level of patience had to be on Benet's type of time. Like because it was just like maybe sometimes I can't just smoke a nigga. Sometimes I just gotta poke a nigga with a knife.
Right. That slow like, death, nigga. It's still the death.
Yeah. Like, you know what I mean? So when it comes down to that, I think that as long as everybody puts in their portion, then we're gonna receive, the energy that that's floating around in the gumbo pot.
And everybody getting fed.
Yeah, everybody eats beef. Everybody.
Yeah. And that's real rich friends. You know what I'm saying? Everybody up. You know what I'm saying?
That part.
Yeah, that's real rich friends. So I appreciate y'all.
Yeah, I appreciate y'all, man, for sure. This is man, this shit crazy.
Hey, look, people watching this like, yeah, this shit. No, this was not supposed to be the show, but it
aligned itself. We all in alignment right now. You know what I'm saying? How it all played itself out. Like, what? Like,
yeah, no, this shit was crazy. And this again, the conversation that we're having, I'm not even paying attention to being on live. Like, I don't even give a fuck about that shit.
Right. We just
natural conversation. Like, and I know everybody feels like that, but I'm just saying for the people who's watching, you know what I mean?
That's definitely how I felt.
Yeah, I completely forgot.
Right. That's what I said. Like this was like group chat. That's all. You know what I mean? Like, right. Yeah.
So you don't get an opportunity to see us debating or beefing or having different differences of opinion or conflicts of interest and shit like that. This is what happens when you just get people on the same board and you just organically build and shit.
Everybody's perspective, man, is appreciated because it just allows you to get a clear picture, of something that, like you said, we're already kind of on the same type of understanding, but each perspective just adds more clarity to what you understand. You know what I'm saying? Just like I said, it's like me not all the way understanding the 4+1, and then Benet come and drop the 4+1. I'm like, oh, okay, all right, now I see that.
Right.
I seen the 3+2. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But it's just like you start to paint this bigger, and that's the beauty about just spreading knowledge in general and building. Just you get to see things from them other angles. I kind of feel like that's the same sense of what you were saying, like all the devils start coming at you and shit. You know what I mean? Yeah. You got devils and angels coming at you in a sense. You know what I'm saying? And it's like that is all of that is just showing you about yourself. You know what I'm saying?
It's all you.
It's all you. You know what I mean? So yeah, like you said, happily bring that shit on. I appreciate y'all for bringing the angel sides and with clarity of the darker devil sides. You know what I'm saying? Like it's balance.
Right.
But yeah, I appreciate y'all for reals.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah, that shit. Because we 4 hours in, and I think that unfortunately, sometimes the formula that is an attraction is the conflict of interest, which usually, you get 1 + 1, which equals 3. And 3 is the understanding. And sometimes we do need that level of the 1 + 1 that equals 3 for people to to see it. But sometimes, nigga, 0 + 0 equals 0. So it's just like, nigga, just we're in the zero mode. We don't need to add nothing or take nothing away. We're just in the zero space.
Yeah, that's that circle, that inner circle. That's what I'm saying. That's a squad right there. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. So sometimes frequencies like this are not as entertaining because again sometimes in the physical we like the chaos.
Niggas arguing and
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with chaos, like, you know what I mean, like, not at all. But it takes a certain level of honesty with self to understand that that this shit does not, where we're at is just so lit to where we don't even need the chaos. It's just like, what are we doing? Who are you?
Right.
Who are you? What
Exactly.
are you? Who are you?
And if people come back and review it, or whoever's still watching, it's like, this is real gym time. This is real lesson time. This is real jewel time, right? Because this conversation should inspire you to dig in and get this work done. You know what I'm saying? And understand, like, what's on the other side of the rainbow. You know what I'm saying? In that Wizard of Oz, somewhere over the rainbow there'll be clear skies, all this other shit, right? But you trying to get to the end of the rainbow, not on the other side of the rainbow, right? It's fool's gold at the end of the rainbow. It's the treasure is on the other side of the rainbow. You know what I mean? And so beyond the rainbow is where you need to be, and that's the element that we're in right now. And sometimes those high level conversations would be too high frequency, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
For some people,
right there.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying.
You gotta come down and shit.
Right,
you gotta come down, because that's where the people is at. All the people is down there.
Yeah, but
that's the thing, though. We got them equations locked in, so we could come down and hit them with a 2 + 2. All right, we dealing with the
right,
the simple math right now.
right. Yeah, but I hopefully that's one thing I love about this podcast, is that you will learn something. You know what I mean? You stick around, you learn something, you will elevate and really free your mind. And this is the perfect name for this podcast. Like, it is going to change, unlock your brain, unlock your mind, get out of your stinking thinking, you know what I'm saying? Get out of your comfort zone. It's going to take you over the rainbow into another atmosphere, another dimension. Like, we going everywhere, you know what I mean? And if you ready to get on this rocket ship, you know what I'm saying? I got room, you know what I'm saying? I got room. So
in the spaceship, we got some room up here.
Right, yeah, but we got some room, you know what I'm saying? Man, on this spaceship, right?
You got to get on the other side of that ice wall one time. See what it's like over here.
Right, yeah. Hey, man,
that's
we can the ice wall. Hey, man, it's not an enclosure. You know what I'm saying? It's a
It's bigger.
Yeah.
That's a whole nother conversation, man.
Right.
Like, so y'all some flat earthers, huh?
Right. Exactly, right? And no. Okay. I'm trying to speak to a language in which you understand, right? There's something else on the other side. If there's a wall, right, that means there's another side to this, right? So
right.
Yeah. So
but yeah,
all right, bang bang.
I want to close out real quick.
Yeah.
And again, if you guys want to bring it full circle about the numerology, or whatever you guys want to close with, but because I think for the most part, for the people who heard y'all speak about it, like myself, I learned tonight. I'm like, oh shit, nigga, this shit is lit, B. Like, you know what I mean? So however you guys want to close it, I'm sorry, I didn't want to put the numerology on there, but I know that you guys are more versed in it than I am. So if you guys want to close with that, that's lit.
Pure, you want to go or?
Sure, yeah, I go. Shit, for anybody that's watching or that may tune in, if you are seeking thyself, knowledge of thyself, you know what I'm saying? You're trying to learn how to center yourself. You want to know who you are, where you come from, what position, certain planes of existence were in when you came through, and how it's all correlated into your everyday lifestyle, your everyday routine, like today, right now, then you need to dive into some numerology straight up. That's the only way, That's not the only way, but that's a powerful way that you can discover yourself. So
Never
that's what
gonna
I'm saying.
lie.
Yeah,
Right.
no, and I definitely want to
Hold on, real quick. I'm so sorry, real quick, because I know Pierre comes on a lot, but if you want to drop your contacts and shit, Pierre.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Pure dot frequency is right there on the screen. That's the Instagram. Um, that's how you can get to me. Facebook is Fred Boyd. Very simple, 4 4s. I got a whole lot of fours going on. Yeah, so yeah, definitely. So that's how you can find me.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And he got the copper going crazy.
Yeah,
Oh
that's
yeah, oh
The
yeah.
copper up. He threw the
drop, Pierre.
Oh yeah, man. I got a whole copper jewelry business, but I'm also branching out into other metals as well. So, be on the lookout for them silvers and them golds and them rose golds and all that, because I'm gonna have a little bit of everything from the jade to the jasper to the, rose quartz to the pure the pearls and all that. We're gonna have it all, you know what I'm saying? So be on the lookout for that too.
Music, all this shit.
Music, dance, all of it, man. It's just all art over here.
All creation.
Everything is based around art over here, and that's what I'm supposed to be doing.
Mm-hmm. I second that.
Thanks.
All right. Well, I second what Pierre is saying in regards to numerology. It is not the only way, but if you are not religious, if you're seeking information, whether you are or not, if you're seeking information about yourself, and really want to know who you are, it's been written, right? And you were given a name for an appointed time and season in this existence. And you can learn about what that is through numerology. You can go to numerologist.com to pull your full birth chart that will talk about your life path, what you were born to do, your soul urge number, I guess, and that is your desires. It talks about your conflict. It talks about health, places that you're gonna go, your everything that is you and uniquely to you based on your name and your birthday. So, and it's a lot of information that you will learn. And you got to know yourself, right? You have to get in touch with self. And this is another avenue to do so. So, again, I'm your girl, B Love Bailey. So you can find me on IG that way. Look for the Inner God Coach that I will be launching next month, where I will teach you how to get in touch with the inner God or the God in you. So I'm a sweet, nice, and loving energy, but I ain't going to play with you because this is serious, right? So if you want to tap in, look for that. You know what I mean? Coming next month. So I appreciate y'all. Love y'all. Thank y'all for coming. God bless you. Good night.
Peace, y'all. Appreciate y'all as always. Till the next one.
For sure.
All right.
Tonight was one of them nights.
Yeah, that shit.
I had to change the whole name for this show. You know what I'm saying? Like I had to switch it all the way up. I'm like, yeah, we can't run it like that. We got to switch this thing up.
Yeah,
it's all backed with sacred geometry, numbers, mathematics. You know what I'm saying? That's it.
Yeah. Hey, and just on some side note shit, I definitely wanted to talk about alchemy next show for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And kind of get into that macro micro. We kind of was, but we could do that on that show.
Hell yeah, because that's what it's about.
Right. Right. Yeah, we can run that for sure.
But yeah, nah. Shout out to the chat, man.
Yeah, shout out to the chat.
It was kind of like I don't.
It was a lot to soak in, man. It really wasn't too much to.
Yeah, no, outside of because again, these type of conversations, like this is the sacred geometry. We're having a sacred geometry conversation right now. Like, you know what I mean? So
Facts.
it's not one of the ones that's easily accepted when it comes down to, just the formula on how, if I'm pretty sure if we would have had, you know, a little bit of smoke on it, then we probably would have had, a different type of
right
conversation and shit. But
mm-hmm.
Just being in this type of space right now, just like, man, look,
it's lovely.
We can show how we can teach, learn, and I guess you want to say love, and still be in this state of being and shit, right?
Right.
Because every show don't have to have beef. Every show don't have to have a conflict of interest.
Facts.
Every show does not have to have, us versus them or them versus us or even the verses in general. Like, you know what I mean? This is one of them build
collaboration. You feel me? You together in here.
So, even though the confrontational conversations be what it is, those are still builds as well. But
yeah,
this
exactly.
is actual build without difference of opinion or difference of belief or opinion and shit like that. So
I'm taking what you saying, and then I'm okay. Well, we up here then. Okay, well we up here then. Like
exactly. So just that build level to where it's just like the universe, the one harmony or the one accord and shit. That's where it's at. And like again, we hold these conversations all the time. Like,
right.
you know what I mean? To where people are not invited. And I don't want to say not invited, but they're, because they're so organic that people are not naturally in our conversations. But this is one of the times where it's just like this is a natural, organic conversation to where you get to see it unfold as it's happening. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
So I'm glad that we can display that level of conversation just so the people can see like how we can start and then the shit just build up, like, you know what I mean?
And it felt good though, you know what I'm saying? Like that shit. Not saying that the other ones where we nigga, in the trenches or arguing don't feel good in a sense, you know what I mean? Because we know what we doing, but
that's a fact.
Just getting in on this same type of time though, after not having that, I guess for so long, that shit feels good for sure. Like you said, you we was up. You know what I'm saying? We was definitely up.
Yeah, definitely.
And that it just unlocks a lot more perspective too, like when it comes to things. You know what I mean? So that shit was dope, man.
Hell yeah. But again, just to bring it back, spin the block all the way back. We probably don't. I want to end with putting out this fucking.
I was just finna say, yeah.
Sure. But again, for the people who's watching this shit, or that's gonna come across this shit, the children's book, go out and play. Wrote by your boy, illustrated by Megan Sanchez and shit. So tap her out. I'm sorry, tap in with her. She's a dope ass illustrator and shit, or just an artist altogether and shit, right? But it's just one of them children's book that's just like lit, like, you know what I mean? Even when you read it as an adult, you can understand the message that's being conveyed, like, you know what I mean, with the essence of just being, out in the elements, like, you know what I mean? So when it comes down to that, it's similar to people saying, we outside. Like, you know what I mean? But it's just like go out and play. It's just like go out in natural environments and see what nature has to provide for you for real. Like, you know what I mean? There's certain things that the technology cannot do. Like, you know what I mean? So just being outside and being in nature is going to allow you to free yourself of, certain restrictions and shit for sure. So, we encourage that. Even though I know that we're in the technology stage, it's still important and relevant and instrumental for the young life to go outside and to play for real.
Facts. Get them outside. Fuck all this electronic shit. Nah,
Right.
And nah, but with that being said, hey, this is it right here. Give you a little preview of what's in
Yeah.
store. You know what I mean? Another free your mind in the banks, in the books.
Yes, sir.
And we'll see
Tap
y'all.
in, like, subscribe, share, all the shit. Keep us in the
Please, please.
And when I say keep us in, you know what I mean? That's just like putting your donations in terms of, just keeping us up in there. But as long as we're breathing, we're going to keep us in here and shit too. Like, you know what I mean? So,
Right.
this shit lit. But how do but yeah, we out, man. Let me pull up this video real quick. What's up?